I think we got everything going. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tim Lucas. I'm the Deputy Regional Director for Mid-America Pop Warner. Going to have a number of people talk to you this morning. First of all, I want to thank you for being here. We're all excited for hopefully a more normal football season than we all had last year. I did want to say there's a lot of work gone into this. There's an awful lot of people that have spent an awful lot of time doing it. But we certainly appreciate your efforts and all the work that you do in your leagues and your association. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to, we are doing the live stream on YouTube. So it shouldn't make any difference for what you're doing, but we do have a camera set up in the back. So if you are moving around, try not to go through the camera zone. Other than that, hope you learn a lot and have a good day today. Larry?
Good morning. How are you? Welcome. Excited to be here. Like Tim said, we put a lot of work into this, getting some things put together. I'm going to throw a lot of information at you in this football breakout, some new rule changes, some regional changes, some changes at the national level. So if you have any questions, feel free to stop me right there. All right. I tried to put as much as I could on the PowerPoint as a visual. So without further ado, we'll get going here. All right, so just a couple videos, kind of get the blood flowing, get the chills going, get us ready for 2021, okay? A lot of that was geared towards, we have some guests here, as well as some leagues that are obviously returning. So, again, welcome. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to see the faces. Go ahead, Larry. I want to welcome some of our staff here today. Obviously, our regional director, Jack Arnett, is sitting here. Our vice regional director, Tim Arvanitis. Okay, I'm Larry Babcock. I am the director of football operations. Tim Lucas is our deputy director. Chris Brooks is our operations director. Obviously, everybody knows Brooksy from our regional tournaments and things like that. And then Javon Green is our football commissioner. And that is kind of the main core of the group of us that will handle the football side of things, okay? So at the end of the presentation, I have email addresses, cell phone numbers. That is also in your packets in case you have any questions from a regional standpoint, okay? So I want to recognize right now we had 3 national champions this year in Florida. If these coaches are here, if they could stand up. First team was our 8U, from our 8U, the Michiana Bulldogs. And from our 10U division, the Portage Indians. And then finally in our 14U division, the Park Ridge Falcons. Okay, we're very happy of those 3 national champions. As we're all aware, last year was a trying year. And when national office came out and said that we weren't going to have a national championship, to the credit of our regional director, Jack Arnett, and our Southeast regional director, Dennis, they put together a national championship for our kids to play in. Jack did a fantastic job of making sure we had a regional championship, making sure everybody who wanted to play had a place to play. We were able to rent out Crown Point's facility, play on 2 fields, and it worked out very well. So I really would like to recognize and give Jack Arnett a round of applause for getting us through last season. All right, moving on, I want to recognize our regional champions. First in the age-based division. So at 8U, our Division I champion was Next Level. Yep. And then Division II was Michiana. And again, if these coaches are here, feel free to stand up. 10U Division I, Portage Indians. And then 10U Division II, Next Level. In a 12U Division I, Addison Cowboys. And Division II was Michigan City Wolves. And then 14U was Park Ridge at the Division I level. In our weight-based, in the Mighty Might division, Division I, we had Kankakee Valley Cougars. And in Division II, we had the Little Port Slicers. Junior Pee Wee, the Illinois Junior Celtics, Division I. Division II, we had the Gary Steelers. And in Division III, we had the Hobart Brickies. Moving on to Pee Wee Division, in Division I, we had the Illinois Junior Celtics. And in Division II, we had the Park Ridge Falcons. And then finally in our JV division, we had the Illinois Junior Celtics, Division I. And then Division II and Division III were both won by Park Ridge Falcons. So we had great representation. Very excited about what we did as a region last year. I'm very excited where we're going this year. And things seem to be off to a good start as far as the region goes. Okay. Next up in our presentation, I know most of us have gotten the word. We are no longer at Disney for our national tournament. Okay, we signed a new contract with Florida Citrus Sports. We are very fortunate to have a representative from the Florida Citrus Sports organization here, Matt Repack.
Good morning. My name is Matt Repchek. I'm the Senior Director of Marketing and Communications for Florida Citrus Sports. We are most commonly known nationally as, Bill, how do I click through my, you got it over there? Okay. You mind if I? Excuse my personal technical difficulties. Florida Citrus Sports is most commonly known as the Citrus Bowl college football game in Orlando, Florida. We are also the organizers when the Pro Bowl was in Orlando. We helped the NFL with that event. We run a black college game, the Florida Blue Florida Classic with Bethune-Cookman and Florida A&M. We have a number of other college football events and have a broader portfolio and vision to kind of put anything that's going to bring people to Orlando and put eyeballs on Orlando to get it in our destination. So. Now I have to remember what I actually put on my slides. Yep. Not to undercut the work of our video team. It's a nice video, but you guys have seen a lot of your own footage. So we threw in a little bit of our own events to say the experience that we're used to putting on for football events. The focus on participant experience is a thing that has been important for Florida Citrus Sports in separating ourselves from our peers among the college football world. And so that's the thing we want to translate for your players. To how do we make sure there's a big league experience for the kids that are able to come. There's also an area where Disney are great friends of ours. They serve on our board. I think there's a possibility that we have some participation with Disney somewhere in the life of this agreement, but we feel like we can do a lot on the football side to make this a really great thing, and we have a lot of other options for attractions and tours in Orlando, and you'll hear a little bit about that tomorrow with Universal. I mentioned our portfolio of events and the focus we've had. We've been in operation for 75 years, annually generated about $100 million for the local economy in Orlando. And the biggest, I guess, value proposition, the separator for what Florida Citrus Sports is besides the participant experience is our focus is on investing the money that we make back into educational institutions and charities, especially focused on youth and underserved communities within Orlando, the area right around our stadium. has historically not seen some of the investment that other areas of Orlando has, and so our events go towards projects in those communities focused on economic development, housing, education, health, and wellness. We've probably put $100 million in capital projects that have come up in the area around the stadium just from our events, and so we're excited the synergy of the mission of Pop Warner Little Scholars to what Florida Citrus Sports does that we can do together. I think there's a lot of places where we align in that regard. We'll come back to this real quick. This is the current drawing I have of our footprint of the ancillary fields. If you excuse me, I'll step to the side a little bit. If you could click one forward so I can show you. This is the same drawing. The teal outline is our campus laid over top of Wide World of Sports. So you can see the actual space is similar. We have the same area that we've had before. We can find the way to get the fields that we need to do. We've already got some of that planning. So if you don't mind clicking forward again. This is the same drawing I had before. I just wanted to show you the space comparison first before we dig in a little bit to it. I can already tell you we had a conversation with the stadium crew this week, and they gave us some feedback that we're going to try and optimize some of this setup a little bit, so some of the field numbers may change, but as you look at it, anything, you probably can't see the numbers from back of the room, but the full-size fields would be competition or practice on off days, and then the half-size fields are our practice and warm-up fields. We tried to make sure we had one warm-up fields for every competition field that are right nearby, and then we'll split how we need to use those for practice based on the schedules and based on our rotations for those days. We were going through this thinking, what's the break of how many brackets we have? I know Jack told me you guys gave numbers to Sam earlier this week. We have not heard those numbers, but it's good to know that we're moving. Sam did tell us it was coming. Oh, great. So we kind of went through the math problem of how many fields do we need to have running. We don't have the acres of additional space that Wire World had if they just needed to push out, so we're thinking about it from what does our day schedule look like, how does operations go, so we can get everybody through in the amount of time that we need to meet the regular schedule. So there'll be a lot more planning on that. Sam's given us a bunch of drawings and his version of the schedule from the past, so we've been translating all that to what's going to look like at Camping World Stadium. Ideally, we'd like to get as many teams as we could through the main field, the stadium, so we can have the screens going and give them the experience of playing in a big facility with all the bells and whistles. So we'll figure out how that needs to work with the breakdown of brackets and the rotations. The only other thing I guess I'll mention, we're figuring out where parking sits on that. The area that's on the bottom half of that map is a high school campus, Jones High School, that plays some home games on their campus and then occasionally a big game in Camping World. So we're working with them on how we need to work around school schedule because they're actually a state championship contender, so they'll be practicing that week. But that's all stuff that we've sort of accommodated or planned for in our schedule so far. The area right dead center, lot 10, is what we're imagining as a kind of the fan fest place that everyone's going to be able to mill around, where there'll be food and the activations or other things that give you a chance to decompress, I guess, between games, or a place to rest the vocal cords before the next one starts. So that's going to be probably right in that area, right next to the stadium. But we went through that a little bit with the national staff. They visited 2 weeks ago, and so we did a full tour of the facility to show them all the locker room space, all the available space for meetings, book check weigh-in, things like that. So we've got some of that still sort of coming together as Kevin and Sam sort of digest things. The one other overhead view I want to show an example of the campus so far. When it comes up, it's fine. It's a kind of a bird's eye look down this center street right in the middle. It's going to be kind of angled this way when you see it come up. But the branding that we have planned, so we're looking at the wrap on the outside of the stadium that we historically do for games, what the inside of the stadium looks like with Pop Warner branding, how we integrate Universal, who's our destination partner for the next, I think I don't know, it's not 5 years, so we've talked about how we can flex on that, but Universal is going to be our partner for the next couple at least, and how we get their branding and experience stuff. There we go. bringing them onto the campus too. So it's an example of two of our competition fields next to the stadium is off to the right. Two of the competition fields to the left, their practice fields are just beyond them off the screen. And then looking a little bit further down, you can see the high school campus, what would be our practice area and additional competition fields if we need that based on volume. I think that's the last slide I have in my deck. So I'll be around for any questions. We'll talk a little bit more about Universal and the overall experience, the travel experience, I think tomorrow in the bigger meeting. But if there are any specific questions, I can take those now. And I'll also be around if you want to grab me in the hallway and have anything you want to talk about. Yeah, absolutely. As many games as we can get in as possible, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be lit up most of the week, if not every day. The hotel facility, to Jack's point, the headquarter hotel for football will be Cabana Bay. So I think we had 8 cheer teams that were with us in 2020. They stayed at the Cabana Bay Hotel, so you can ask them how their experience was. It's no longer the newest. It was the newest in 2020. Now the Endless Summer that cheer will be in is the newest, but Cabana is second newest on Universal property. It's very bright and fancy from what I gather on our site visit. And we will also, for the administrators, we have figured, because our cheer and our football venues are split, which is different from the experience you've had at Disney, how we get transportation that's readily available for everybody that needs to move between those spaces throughout the week. So those are the kind of things that we're tackling kind of on a weekly basis with the national staff. So any feedback, anything that we need to make sure, you want to make sure that we're thinking about on the operations side, we're very open to it. We appreciate all the help we can get. All right. Thanks, guys.
Good job.
Larry, you got to speak loud into the mic. You can't hear it all.
Thanks, Matt. I will tell you that I've been pretty fortunate in my career to be able to travel and officiate at some places, and I've had the opportunity to be inside the Citrus Bowl, and I think we're going to be very pleased with what they're going to put on the field for us and the show they're going to put on. So I'm excited for this venture. I'm excited to get things going as far as our partnership with Florida Citrus Sports. And I think it's a really good move moving forward for Pop Warner. Okay. Next, we're very fortunate, and this got rolled out last year, but we are now very fortunate to have our own company within Pop Warner that can make uniforms and things like that for us. I'm excited about this. I know Jack's excited about it. We have some incentives that after PW Authentic presents that we will talk about that just got rolled out yesterday, right, from national office. So without further ado, from Pop Warner Authentic, Angus is going to come up and talk to us. He's with PW Authentic.
Well, thank you for the lovely introduction. Hey everybody, my name's Angus Martin. I'm here with Pop Warner Authentic. I know for a fact some of you have had dealings with either my mother Catherine or my father Stuart. Obviously we're related, if you couldn't tell by the accent. Those of you who know. Today I just wanted to thank you all for being here. You guys obviously do an outstanding job maintaining all of your leagues and your associations. As volunteers, I mean, you guys go above and beyond anything that could possibly be asked from anyone, truly. And we'd all like to thank you for that. Secondly, I want to go over the reason why Pop Warner really exists. We want to ease that burden, right? The burden I just talked about that all of you go through every day to make sure that your associations are running properly and smoothly for the kids. Really, we want to we're doing $100,000 worth of giveaways in terms of raffles this year. We're going to go to $200,000 next year, and we're going to hopefully increase. This is going to trickle down from the top, so the money will go to nationals. Pop Warner Authentic being a wholly owned subsidiary of Pop Warner, all of the proceeds will be going into the programs that we all know and love, right? So this will be much easier for you guys to continue your operations. We're going to try to lower costs for you guys, and as well as give away lots of free stuff. We've done a $10,000 raffle for free football uniforms, and the last raffle that we did was 10 cheer teams got free uniforms as well. I'm not sure what the next one is, but if you guys keep looking at the site, we'll update you on that, and make sure you enter. It's free, there's no reason not to, and you could get free uniforms for a year. I mean, that sounds pretty good. I'm not going to go over the cheer stuff. I already talked about that in the meeting previously, but as far as football goes, I just want to start with the patches. We're offering 2 different types of patches this year. You have your traditional patch, the $2.50, which requires to be sewn on, and we're also doing a heat transfer patch for 25 cents less that you can iron on with a home iron or a clamshell heat press. It's a different feel. Obviously, it looks quite similar, but it's not the raised, embossed, sewn type that you're used to, but it is 25 cents less. That's also available on the site. If you guys do order through us, we are the only manufacturer that's allowed to sublimate on the patch, which means you will not have any patch costs. We also are doing a very nice deal on reversible uniforms. You can't tell me that you haven't had kids forget which uniform they're wearing and bring the wrong one to a game and not be able to play because of it. This alleviates that pressure. We use very good sublimation. There's no bleed through. We have black on white uniforms that look just fine, and you're never going to have to forget again. We do jerseys, we do pullover pants. We also do integrated in block colors for $10 extra. All of our pricing is available online. We do encourage you to talk to us, to email us, to give us a phone call. You'll always meet someone. I'm going to extend to you the invitation, but I don't think anyone's going to take it. You're always welcome to come visit us in Sarasota, Florida. I can't imagine anyone really wants to do that, but you're welcome to. Really, we're all about transparency every step of the way. We've got the industry fastest turnaround time of 10 days, being American-made, so 10 days from order to ship to get your uniforms. Right, we're the fastest ones that can be done. All of your artwork is free. We do sizing kits, which can go from any size range for $200 deposit, which can either be refunded to you if you decide not to go with us, or when you return the sizing kit, can be put towards your order. We do color samples. We do full customization of names and numbers. If you don't want to put names and numbers on your uniforms, but you do want to have that little memento for the kids, we do nameplates that can be sewn on and then taken off so you guys can keep reusing the jerseys year after year. We started this program to help you guys along, and we're really trying to make this program work, okay? But it requires a little bit of investiture from Pop Warner as a whole. I understand that some of you guys will have uniforms that you ordered last year that you're going to use this year. That's fine. I still encourage you guys to talk to us and just see what we can offer, because we do a lot more than just uniforms. Hoodies, backpacks, shirts. We've done sashes, banners, bows. You name it, we can do it, because we are a full manufacturing facility with full customization. There's no harm in asking, guys. That's basically it. If I think of anything else, I'll be around all day. I'll be outside. I'll have some samples with me. I've got a sample of all the jersey and the pullover pants that I just talked about, and the reversible as well. If you guys have any questions, you're welcome to ask me now, or if you think of anything later in the day, I will be outside. We welcome the questions, and we welcome feedback as well. So I thank you very much for your time, and I won't take up any more of it. Any questions? I do have the cheer samples as well, yep. So I'll have samples of a lot of our different products outside. And we also do polos for coaches. You'll see a lot of the regional staff wearing the shirts. We did do the embroidery on those as well. So we offer a very, very wide variety of products. Any other questions? No? Okay, well, thank you very much for your time today, guys. Wish you a good meeting, and I will be outside.
All right, thanks, Angus. And we talked about, we got some incentives. Larry, can we go back a slide? All right, this just got rolled out from the national office. okay? Any football team who purchases a minimum of 16 uniforms from PW Authentic will not have to pay their national fees, okay? That is per team, okay? Not per association, per team. So any one of your teams who orders minimum 16 uniforms, your national fees will be waived for this year, okay? Sam and John rolled that out yesterday in an email to us, and so we're, again, excited. And the key here, guys, is, like Angus said, the ability, if you add a kid late or a kid rips a jersey, the ability for their turnaround to get us stuff is much quicker than anybody you're going to deal with, okay? I know last year we had some teams that, and COVID didn't help that, but we had some teams that were playing halfway through the season, almost into the playoffs without jerseys, okay? PW Authentic gives us an opportunity to eliminate some of those headaches, and PW Authentic does a nice job of kicking things back to the regional level and the association and league level as well. Okay? Kaluma, you had a question?
Yeah, could you give us a breakdown of what those national fees look like this year?
Same as last year. 35? Yeah. It's $35 per team. Okay? So they will waive that when you purchase the uniforms. And again, from a price standpoint, from what I've seen, I haven't seen anybody who can top their prices. Okay, so I would strongly encourage that we use them. And again, they do some outstanding work. And like Angus said, they did some of our polos we're wearing currently. All right. Any questions on PW Authentic? Perfect. All right, moving forward. So understand the things that we are talking about here as far as rule changes, as far as policies and procedures, apply at the regional level. They do apply to you at the league level, but your league during the regular season may have a few rule adjustments, okay? Everything we're talking about in this session, and then when Tim Lucas talks in the next session, we're talking about when you come to the sub-regional and the regional level, okay? And I don't think many leagues vary off of what we're doing. I will tell you, as the director of officials for Northern Indiana, and as somebody who referees at the Super Bowl with Tim Lucas and Larry Newberry, I am going to encourage every league, especially when we get to the rule differences in our Mighty Mites and 8U, that we get on board, that we're kind of the same across the board. Okay? The one thing last year did allow us to do is the opportunity to understand how different a lot of our leagues are run as far as rules. So that is one thing as the director of football I would like us to get on the same page with during the regular season, as well as obviously tournament time. Okay? All right. So going into the Pop Warner rule changes. Okay? This is new this year. There's going to be a 5-pound increase for weighted divisions. Okay, so if you're in the weighted division, they are going to do a 5-pound increase on maximum weights. Minimum 2, right, Jack, or just maximum? Both minimum and maximum. Okay. Odd years. Leagues, associations, we've listened. We proposed odd years. There will be a national championship in 2022 for the odd years. In 2021, there will still be a championship. It just will likely not be included down in Universal. Okay. There is still a chance for 11 and 13s. Did I see that from Sam? Or is that off the table now for 11U, 13U?
We'll play a national championship, probably just like we did last year with Florida. It'll be just 2 regions.
Yep. Okay. We will do that with 2 regions. I believe Southwest and Southeast are potentials there, roughly. So there will be a championship for odd years this year, okay? Just not the big one, okay? 2022, Pop Warner has given us, some of us were on a call with John Butler a couple weeks ago, and he has given us his word that 2022, our odd years will have championships at Citrus Sports, okay? And then with that, age-based national bracket will be Division I and Division II. All right. The weighted bracket will only have one division at nationals this year. Okay. So that will be all Division I in the weighted bracket. In the age-based, they will go Division I and Division II. Okay. You will see our note here. Any league caught fronting weight at the start of the year will forfeit their right to enter the Mid-America Pop Warner Championships. Okay. That was a huge issue. And we are handling that, and we've eliminated that, okay? So know that up front, okay? We are on June 17th, 18th. We've made you aware, if you front weight at the beginning of the year, you have forfeited your right to come play, your whole league, to come play in the national or in the regional championships. Okay, questions on that? Yeah. So there is an increase or an allowance throughout the year for weighted divisions, okay? And what was happening is at certification, we had some leagues that were fronting the end weight at the beginning of the year to get kids certified, and that's not how it's supposed to go, okay? Because then those kids were obviously not eligible to play the first week because they weren't where they need to be from a weight standpoint. So we want to do things by the book, all right? And that's why we're not allowing leagues to front the weight anymore, okay? There is emergency weigh-ins, other opportunities to get those kids certified. Missing them for a week or maybe two isn't the end of the world, okay? If you're playing in the weighted division. If you're in an age-based division, it's unlimited weight. That doesn't apply, okay? It's only in the weighted division. Questions? Perfect. All right, playing rules from the National Federation. I've been refereeing high school football for 20 years. This is the first time I've only ever seen one rule change. We have one this year, okay? Pretty simple. It's action in the free blocking zone. Blocking below the waist in the free blocking zone now requires the action to begin immediately following the snap, okay? So ball snapped, it has to be right then. If you go low a second after the ball snapped, it's blocked below the waist, okay? They've essentially eliminated the free blocking zone is what they did, the expanded neutral zone, okay? So ball snapped, you got to go right then. There can't be a delay. If there's a delay and then you go, it's a foul, okay? So that's the only, there's several points of emphasis, but that's the only rule change for this year, okay? Yeah, so again, for me, when I say action immediately at the snap, that means ball snapped and I'm going right away, okay? If the ball snapped, I stand up and then go, that's a delay and that's a flag, okay? It's no different, in my opinion, than a chop block. We stand up, we delay, we go high, then we go low, same deal, okay? So I'm coming from here, straight down. Is the ball snapped? I'm good. If I stand up and then go down, too late. Okay? First move's got to be down. Again. Yep. Exactly. Okay, again, what you're finding out, guys, is the National Federation, the NCAA, and the NFL have done a really nice job in Pop Warner of making the game safe. Okay, and the rule changes we've seen in the last 5 years is about player safety. I can reassure you, as somebody who's been at 3 levels of football, the game is safer now than it's ever been. I am 100% convinced of that, okay? So, and Tim and Jack and Tim Arvanitis and myself, Larry Newberry, we hear this all the time. You know, you got to worry about the safety. I promise you the referees on the field care more about safety than anybody else on that field, okay? You might not always like our calls. I know my buddy from Hanover really didn't like me last year, but you know, we won't talk about that. But the game is as safe as it's ever been. I can reassure you of that. Okay, Pop Warner's done a really nice job of keeping the game safe, and we're going to get into the rules exceptions here, and we'll talk about some of that stuff. Okay, I like the fact that Pop Warner's done a good job of eliminating the kickoffs, because that's where we see a lot of our injuries is on kickoff return. And so until they get old enough to learn how to block that, again, I just think it's something that Pop Warner's done in a good way to keep the game safe. Okay, any questions on rule changes? Perfect. All right, moving on to our rules exceptions. Do I have any Tiny Mite 6U people in here? Okay, perfect. So we'll go through these. In our Tiny Mite 6U and 7U, Jack and Tim Lucas, Tim Arvanitis, and I have talked about this, and 7U will fall into this category. Okay, so if you are running a 7U age, they will fall under the Tiny Mite 6U rules. Okay, so 22-minute running clock. Okay, this clock stops after a score. That's in the National Rule Book. Okay, I have done a really good job, or have attempted to in Indiana, and I don't get them all, that the referees understand that that clock stops after a score. Okay, it stops after a score because I understand that you got to corral 5, 6, and 7-year-olds who have a 10-second attention span. Okay, and so again, we don't want that abused. Okay, what I use as discretion is I let them come on the field, get them situated with their line, and once I see that they have 8 and they're kind of in a position now where we can start, then we start that clock again. Okay, if there's too much of a delay, then we keep moving. Okay, Mid-America rule: all players must play minimum 15 plays, no questions asked. They have to play 15 plays in a Tiny Mite 6U division. Any player who hasn't completed their MPR by the 10-minute mark of the second half must be entered in the game, and they remain there for the remainder of the game. So that process, guys, is the referees stop the clock at the 10-minute mark in the second half. They go to each play counter and say, are there players who need to get in? And those players must get in. Okay? Yeah, Dennis. Yes. All right. So a lot of this stuff will be in the thumb drive too. Okay? You're getting a thumb drive and printouts. Okay? The referees will stop. They will make sure everybody's got their plays. They stop the clock. Once they have them, we move on, we carry on. Okay, if they don't have them, they have to stay in the game even after they get their mandatory plays. Okay, that's non-debatable. Okay? And I hear this every year. 15 plays is a lot. If you manage it right, it's not that bad. Okay, you can get it done, and if you do things the right way and you have things in order, it's not that hard. Okay, if you got a coach who handles the 5 on the line, a coach who handles 3 in the backfield, you should run through plays pretty quickly. Okay? Yes?
At what point did you say that 15 plays have to be completed?
10-minute mark of the second half. If it's not completed by the 10-minute mark of the second half, those players must go in and remain in. Okay? Just for the Tiny Mite 6U, just what we're talking about here. And 7U. Yes, correct. Thank you. Defense must play a 4-3-1 defense. 4 on the line, 3 linebackers, 1 corner. Okay? We're playing 8-man football. It must be a 4-3-1. That's right out of the rule book. We start on the 35-yard line. Okay? Everything starts on the 35. 2 coaches are allowed on the field. Okay, we just talked about that. Now, I'm going to preface this with saying, just because you're allowed on the field doesn't mean you can say whatever you want to referees, because we can put you on the sideline. What I have seen over the years is that when those coaches get on the field, they think that's a right for them to be able to say whatever they want to the guys in the stripes. Okay, and that's not the case. All right, so we need to make sure that those coaches are doing their job, which is coaching. Understand, Tiny Mite 6U, 7U is instructional. We don't keep a score on the scoreboard for a reason. I don't care how many touchdowns you score. It doesn't impress me at the 6, 7U level. Okay, it's instructional. Teach them the game, teach them right, worry about coaching, less about officiating. Because I'm going to tell you, I don't throw a lot of flags unless they're really obvious at this level. Okay? I will do, if I see something that's marginal, I will do a lot of talking to the coach. Hey, 22, get his hands inside. Okay? Or this is what he did. He can't take this kid down. Okay? I try and do a lot of that when I'm on the field. Most of our guys do. I know Tim and Larry are the same way. Okay? Next slide. So our penalty structure is a little bit different too. Our major penalties, so your face masks, your illegal contacts, things like that, 10 yards. So any 15-yard penalty is 10 yards, okay? And then minor penalties are 5 yards, okay? So your holding's 5 yards, offsides is 5 yards, things of that nature, okay? No punting, okay? You either go for it or you declare a punt and put the ball on the opposite 35-yard line. We do not punt with the babies, okay? 2 timeouts per half. This is the big one in Tiny Mite 6U, 7U. Ball is dead on a fumble behind the line of scrimmage. That includes a handoff, okay? If they fumble the snap and it hits the ground behind the line of scrimmage, it's dead right there, okay? Offense, you play 5 linemen, 3 backs. One of those backs can be split out 5 yards outside the tight end. All right, pretty simple formation. We can diagram that for you if need be. All right. Questions on the Tiny Mites 6-7U? Yes. Each side can have 2 on. The other part to that is, guys, maximum 2 on the field, yes, per side. The other part to that is coaches on the field, once they start calling the cadence, you need to stop. Okay, stop talking, stop coaching them, let them run the play. Okay? What I see a lot of is once the play runs, you'll have a coach as the play is going, hey, go in A, go in A, go in A. Let them figure that out. Okay? We want them to play during the snap. Once the snap's over, the play's over, then you can have a discussion. Okay? Any other questions? All right. Moving on to our 11U, 8U, and 9U, right? 9U's following Mighty Mites. Am I correct on this? Okay. Sorry, guys. This is new for everybody, so we're trying to adapt as we go. All right, 11-man football. Regular football from that standpoint. 10-minute running clocks on a modified clock. I have a slide that will talk about modified clocks here later on, so we will discuss that. You get 3 timeouts per half, okay? No kickoffs. Put the ball on the 35-yard line. Here is the biggest issue we have in the Mighty Mite 8U division, 9U division. You do punt in that division. It's got to be declared, so you got to let the referee know. You cannot rush the punt, but once the ball is kicked, it is regular football. Okay? So when you come to the regional championships or the sub-regional, you will be punting. If your league says, hey, we're not punting, that's a league rule. When you come to the regionals and the sub-regionals, you will be punting the football. Okay, that's in the national rule book. You cannot rush the punt. The kids just stand there. Once the ball crosses the line of scrimmage, it's returned and everybody can go down and it's regular football from there. Okay? Okay. In the regular season, you're allowed 1 coach on the field. Okay? Once we get to the Mid-America playoffs, and this is something that when we were down in Florida, myself and Tim Lucas, and I believe Larry Newberry was a part of it, we had some conversations with the Southeast folks, and I really like this, and Tim does too. In all Mid-America Pop Warner sub-regional and regional games, no coaches will be allowed on the field in the Mighty Mite 8U divisions. Once you get to the playoffs, now, I preface this with, this is once you come to the Mid-America sub-regionals and regionals. Your league may still allow it in the state tournament. We are not allowing it at the regional level. We feel that by that point, you should be able to coach your team from the sideline. Okay? I think was a fantastic thing that Southeast Region did, and when we were talking about that with them last year, it was something we talked about heavily, and Tim Lucas and I agreed this was 100%, we were in favor of it. Okay, so understand that. When you come to the sub-regional and regional, You will not be allowed to have a coach on the field in the Mighty Might and 8U. I would suggest in the regular season you get used to that at some point if you coach those divisions. Okay? Maybe halfway through the year, maybe in your state tournament, if you've got a chance of moving on, get yourself accustomed to it, get the kids accustomed to it. Okay? I know in Indiana, we run on a play clock during both the regular season and the playoffs. And Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, we're running on a play clock in the regional as well, correct?
We don't know yet whether it's going to be on the field or not, but we are running.
Okay. So you got 40 seconds to get a play in. Okay? Get it in. All right. Any legal National Federation formation may be used. All linemen must be in a 2-point stance. Okay, that was a rule change a couple years ago by Pop Warner, and there was a lot of resistance to it. I'm telling you, I like it. From an officiating standpoint, we like it. From a player safety standpoint, I love it. Okay? Fumbles anywhere are live in Mighty Might 8U. Okay, so if you fumble a snap, that's a live ball. You got to go get it. Talking about the defense, no one may line up over the center. Okay, so a lot, just like in the Tiny Mite 6U, what I tell the Indiana referees is whoever the umpire is, they stand over the center, help line those kids up. Again, especially now that we're taking coaches off the field, it does help. A lot of our Indiana coaches appreciate the fact that we have helped line some of those kids up. Okay, maximum 6 linemen. Linebackers must be 3 yards deep, and only linemen may rush the line of scrimmage after the snap. You cannot blitz. Okay? Linebackers cannot blitz. Your penalty for an illegal defense is the first time is a warning. The subsequent is a 15-yard unsportsmanlike penalty. Okay? Questions on that? Yep. Linemen are right on the ball. Okay, that is a misconception. Again, in the Tiny Mite division, they have to be a yard off the ball. In Mighty Mites, it's a regular lineup formation. You can be right on top of the ball. You just cannot be over the center.
So just to be clear for everybody, the linebackers cannot move toward the line of scrimmage only if the ball carries.
Correct. Yep. Okay. So the linemen can go through the line. Linebackers cannot. Understand? Linebackers can't blitz. Linebacker cannot blitz. He can pursue, he cannot blitz. He has to be 3 yards off and he cannot blitz. That's a national rule. Okay? You can fill and pursue, but you can't blitz. Okay, understand what we mean blitz. Immediately at the snap, you're plowing the line, that's a blitz. Okay? But you can fill and pursue. Okay? You get a kid who's running around in the backfield, you can pursue him, but you can't blitz immediately at the snap. Okay? You can fill and pursue, you cannot blitz. Correct. Okay, once he gets to the line of scrimmage, he's good.
If we see a read step, then that's not a blitz. Okay? A blitz is when, okay, coach said to go through there when the ball snapped. That's a blitz. Yep.
Okay? Questions on that? All right, junior Pee Wee 10U. Again, 10-minute quarters modified clock. I will talk about that shortly. 3 timeouts, no kickoffs. Okay? Offense and defensive linemen must be in a 2-point stance. Okay? 11U following junior Pee Wee. We decided that. Okay, so this will apply to 11U football as well. Okay, so junior Pee Wee, 10U, 11U. Okay, 2-point stance, no kickoffs, 3 timeouts, no coaches on the field, period. Okay, all National Federation rules apply. Formations and rules apply. Okay, any questions on that? Punting's live. It can be rushed. Okay, at the junior Pee Wee, 10U, 11U level. Okay, so It can be rushed at that level. No kicking. So there is not a kicking formation or scrimmage kick formation. You cannot line up over the center at any time in a kicking formation. Okay? Even though we're rushing, the National Federation rules do not allow you to line up or touch that center until he can defend himself. Okay? So understand that in a kicking formation. Good question. Any other questions? Yes? No. Punt does not have to be announced at the junior Pee Wee 10U, 11U. Okay? That's just for the younger age groups. Yep, because they're not rushing. Yes, still no kickoffs. Okay? Ball's put at the 35-yard line. Questions? Okay. Pee Wee, JV, 12U, 13U, 14U. 10-minute quarters, modified clock. There is no kickoffs for Pee Wees only. Pee Wee football only. The ball is placed at 35-yard line. You'll see the note there. JV, 12, 13, 14U, they do kick off. So if you're coaching one of those levels, you need to work on kickoffs. Okay? Everything is live football. Punts are live. Everything's live, regular football. Okay? JV, 12U, 13, 14, everything is regular football. Your offensive and defensive linemen in all these age groups, including Pee Wee, can use any stance. 2, 3, or 4 point stance can be used. Okay? No coaches on the field, and all National Federation rules and formations apply there. Okay? Questions? All right, perfect. Our next slide, modified clock slide. Okay? In Indiana, this is used all year long. Tim, do you guys use it in Illinois? Okay. Chicagoland's all year long. This is important to understand. I can't tell you how many times a year I hear, well, the clock's running. Yeah, it's supposed to be running. Okay? So understand this. Okay? All levels of play except Tiny Mite and 6U, the modified clock rule applies. Okay? It is in effect until the last 2 minutes of each half. Clock winds on the ready for play. So what does that mean? Okay? What that means is once the referee sets the ball on the ground and moves out, we wind that clock if it's stopped. Okay? That's what we mean for the ready for play. The clock winds after a timeout, change of possession. You guys must run a little different. All right, so we're not going to do it after a timeout. I stand corrected. Change of possession, incomplete pass, runner goes out of bounds, or the ball. Okay? Once the ball gets set, we wind the clock.
That's a silent line. Okay? You're not always going to have a whistle on that. Okay? So we'll talk about this in a minute. It's on the flash drive, so don't worry about memorizing all this. We're taking pictures. Okay? You're going to have a copy of these documents on this flash drive. So you'll have to train your clock operators to watch whoever the white hat is. I know we don't wear white hat in these games. For that silent line.
The other part to that, guys, is you coaches never seem to pay attention to the clock until the last 2 minutes of the game. We've been running that clock the same way all game, and in the last 2 minutes, hey, why is the clock running? Well, I've been running it that way the whole game. All right? So understand this and plan for this. Okay? Know that that clock's going to be running throughout the game, and if you're down a score, all right, know that time's not on your side until you get to the last 2 minutes. Okay? Or you burn a timeout. Questions on the modified clock? Tim, did I miss anything on that?
As I said, on your flash drive, there's a copy of a document you can print out and give to your timekeepers. Okay? It's illustrated, it goes through all the details. There's also a written summary of it. Okay? So the faster we can all get on the same page with that, you come to regionals and it's not a shock to you. We'll talk about it in our regional meeting, at the coaches meeting as well, like we always do, but this kind of hopefully will give you a head start on it. Coach will have the documentation. Yes, Dennis?
Are you going to add the 9 dudes with the Mighty Mike and the 8U, and then also are you going to change this after the timeout?
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
Slides are already on the flash drive.
Yeah. So, and again, for the Indiana folks, that will be changed in your coaches packet you get in July. Okay. And I can update this and email it out to league presidents, and they can get it out to their associations. Okay. All right. Slaughter rule. Okay. We talk about this in great detail. Okay. Over the last 3 to 4 years, Jim, Ryan, and I have become very good friends. I know it's football season when every Monday Jim, Ryan, and I are on the phone at 9 a.m. Okay, I know football season has approached, and things are off to a great start when Jim and I talk on a Monday morning. One of the biggest things with the slaughter rule that you have to understand, anytime you put a team in the slaughter rule, the National Rule Book says we have to do an investigation. Now, I would say, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, 95 to 98% of the time, it turns out to be nothing. Okay, there's only a few times where we really feel like somebody ran up to score, and then that's out of my lane, and I say, Jim, you get to be the bad guy, have fun. Okay, so 28-point differential. Okay, that's when our slaughter rule starts. Clock runs for the remainder of the game and does not revert back. So even if you get it within that 28 points, okay, the clock still runs. The exception to that is, obviously, the winning team cannot pass when it's a 28-point differential. If you get it within that 28 points, you can go back and open up your playbook. You can go back to throwing the football again. Okay, understand that. The clock does not stop for a charged team timeout when you're in the slaughter rule. Okay? Yep. So through straight up the middle. Yeah, we'll get to that. So you led me right in. Winning offenses may not pass. You may not run the ball outside the tackles. Okay. What you can do though is once you get to the line of scrimmage, okay, so you're going through the gaps or between the tackles. Once you get to the line of scrimmage, then you can kick it out. Okay, but you have to get to the line of scrimmage before you can kick it out. Through the line of scrimmage. Okay. First offense is a flag and a warning. We just dropped a flag, okay? We warn you, hey, kid got outside the tackles. Okay? Most coaches say, I told you not to do that, all right? Yeah.
I don't know if you're getting to it, but once the clock starts running, you do get within that 28 to 27, the clock still remains a running clock.
Yeah, I talked about that already. Second line. Pay attention. Sorry. You got to understand, these guys from LaPorte, Indiana, they're in a totally different world, man. They're like right on the border of the time zone. They're in a totally different world. All right? Hey, I'm with you, Dennis. I got you, buddy. Somebody get him some coffee. Good night. All right? So, again, first offense is a flag and a warning. Second offense is a 5-yard penalty, and you lose your down. Okay? The losing defense. This is where we have the most trouble. Okay, max, all you get is 4 on the line of scrimmage. You cannot stack the box. Okay? Because the winning team can only go up the middle. So you can't put 8 players in the box, okay, and not allow them the opportunity to run a play. Defensive backs must be 10 yards. Linebackers must be 5 yards off the ball. Okay? Again, penalty is first one's a warning, second one is a 5-yard unsportsmanlike. Yes, Dennis.
I was just going to make a comment. I know with this defense, it's for the safety of the kids, but it does allow the score to get run up more with this defense, just to make a point. It does. But what's the I know, but I'm just saying, you're right, but what's the purpose of this rule? No, that's not the purpose of the rule. The purpose of the rule is to get the game over so neither team is embarrassed. The losing team is not embarrassed anymore. That's the purpose of the rule. The whole idea is now we're not worried about the score. We're trying to get the game over in the most humane manner possible. Whatever word you want to use there, okay? That's the goal, okay? So understand what the end goal is. And I know not everybody likes it. I understand it. But that's the purpose of the rule.
You want to allow that offense to try to get a first down, so that the clock keeps running without having to put the winning offense back on the field. By having 4 down linemen, it gives you that opportunity.
what I will tell you as coaches, it's a great opportunity to let a lineman run the football. Okay, when you get in the slaughter rule, let those kids have some fun. Okay, I see it a lot, and I know that when Jim and I have a discussion on Monday morning, and we
Park Ridge Falcons, 14U team, outstanding team, represented Pop Warner at the highest level. Tim Armonitis, would you like to say something, please?
Yeah, on behalf of Mid-America Pop Warner, we would like to award you the trophies that come with that success, and we're very proud. We're very grateful for you following the rules, doing exactly what's asked of you. A lot of information that they're learning today, you followed getting to that point, and we're just so grateful that you did it the right way. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. Get in here. Get in here.
Excellent job.
All right. Obviously, congratulations, Park Ridge. That's a great accomplishment. Couple things that I want to clarify on the slaughter rule as we were having a conversation. The rule book does not say the losing team cannot onside kick. It only says the winning team is prohibited from onside kicking. Okay? The second thing that I did not put on the slide that is always a matter of contention in the slaughter rule. If you are the winning team and you intercept a pass or recover a fumble, the ball is dead right there. You cannot advance it. Okay? So as soon as that ball is caught or recovered, it's dead. Okay? Questions on that? Yes? Right. And that's something, that is a suggestion we can definitely take to national. You know, obviously that's not a mandate right now. I would love to say we've got coaches in here that are like-minded like you and say, hey, he's putting his mandatory plays in. We are too. But again, they're getting their teeth kicked in. The likelihood of that happening is slim to none. Okay? Questions on any of that? What's that? Oh, yes. There is no warning if you, in the slaughter rule, there is no warning. It's a flag and loss of down. 5 yards. All right, for running outside the tackles. There is no warning on that. Okay, so it's just 5 yards.
One clarification that does come up a lot, there is no prohibition from the winning team kicking extra points if they score a touchdown. Some people think you can't do that. You can still kick your extra points. No problem with that at all. You can still punt the ball. Okay? There's no rule that says you can't do that. I don't know why that comes up, but people are like, can we still kick? Yes, you can still kick your extra points.
Yeah. The winning defense cannot score. Correct. It's dead right there. Correct. Right. Okay. All right. Next slide. Any more questions on that? I want to get through some of those rule differences and things. I want to get into our levels of play. All right. So in the weight-based division, okay, you'll see up there And Mighty Mike, we will have travel and non-travel, okay? In all these, okay? So in all these across the board and weight-based, you have travel and non-travel. If you declare travel, you're telling us you have a desire to go to Florida. Okay, non-travel, you will stop at the Mid-America Regional Championship. Okay? Pretty cut and dry. Everybody understand that? They stop, they would be non-travel. They stop. Now, they still have the opportunity to play for a national championship, but it will be with just another region. It won't be the big one in Florida. Okay? So any of the odd years, you will have the opportunity to play for a championship, but the reality is the regionals is where you're likely going to stop. And then I think we're taking 2 teams, right? We're going to run it kind of like South we did last year.
11 and 13, is that what you
Yeah.
Yeah, 4. And probably play another region for a national championship, because we're the only ones that have that. So it'd be just like 4 to 11.
Yep. Perfect. Okay. Questions on it? Again, 1 division. They're only taking 1 division of weighted football for the championships. And guys, I'm going to be honest, and I see our Southeast guys are here too. The trend across the board, or across the country, is age-based. We're seeing our weight base, while we still offer it, we're seeing our numbers drop. Even in our region, our weight base has dropped tremendously. Okay? All right, moving on. Into the weight-based levels of play. Okay? In the 8U division, all the way down, D1 to D3, you stop at the regional level. Okay? Same thing with 9U, you stop at the regional level. Going on to 10U, D1 and D2 will play for a national championship in Florida. D3 stops at the regional championship. 11U, regionals all the way down. 12U, national championship in Division I, Division II, Division III stops at the regionals. 13U, regionals all the way down. 14U, Division I, Division II to the nationals. Division III stops at the regionals. Okay? And like we talked about in 11U and 13U, we're putting together or attempting to put together some type of national championship for them with the other region. Okay? Effective 2022, odd years will play for a national championship with down in Florida. Okay? Again, we had a great meeting with John Butler. He reassured us that in 2022, the odd years, we're going to play in a national championship. So we get through this year, weather the storm, and then we can go trophy chase down at Universal. Okay, any questions on that? All right. So that leads us to our regional championships. About a month ago, Jack, Tim Arvanitis, myself, Chris Brooks, we met. Maryville did a great job of putting a new community center together. I'm going to tell you this thing is unbelievable. I'm going to show you some renderings, but in discussion with Tim Lucas through email and Jack and all of us, we have made the decision that our regional championships this year will be held in Maryville, Indiana. Okay, it's going to be, it's right off I-65, okay? A lot of hotels in that area, a lot of restaurants, a lot of things to do there, all right? As you see on the screen there, can you go back one? All right, so this is the Dean and Barbara White Community Center in Maryville, okay? This is the overview. You see the football field in the back. To the left there is the practice field, okay? The front of the building here, that's where our drop-offs are going to be, and I've got renderings here for weigh-ins and things like that, okay? Parents will drop their kids off for practice and then go park and then enter on the end by the football field. Okay, and we've got some renderings of that. Go ahead to the next slide.
Rendering, it's under construction. The stadium's not built yet. The press box, you don't see any of that.
So the press box, as you see right there, is under construction. That's where the concession stand is. Jack jumped ahead of me. The meeting room there is outstanding. That's going to be our war room, okay, where we, obviously have our coaches meetings there. We will do all of our pre-stuff. Down in the gym is the weigh-in area. That gym is awesome, okay? I mean, they got a rock climbing wall in there. They got several basketball courts, track upstairs. The place is awesome, okay? So that's kind of where our meeting rooms will be. If we jump to the next slide. Okay, there's the football field, all right? It'll have a fence around it. They're moving a fence back, press box, concession stand, okay? But it's an awesome field, all right? And then the final slide of this, and this is where we'll walk you through. So as you see, all right, so your warm-up field is just to the south there, all right, of the game field. The coaches' meeting entrance is closest to the field, right there in that entrance there, and then you kind of veer off to the right, I believe, is where our meeting room. Weigh-in drop-off is in the front of the building, okay? And then on game day, your player drop-off is on the south side of the community center, okay? And they're still building the stands. I believe the scoreboard just went up. It's awesome. Facility is great. We were there, like I said, about a month ago, and we're very excited about this endeavor. Jack, correct me if I'm wrong, locker rooms this year?
I think this year we're going to have heated tents for locker rooms. That's probably going to be the plan.
Okay. And that's just while everything's still under construction. Okay, so you'll have a heated tents there, all right, and everything else should run business as usual. Okay, we'll still give Tim Arvanitis a microphone. You get to hear his beautiful voice, just like you did in LaPorte. All right. Questions on the regional in the new site? Okay, it's a little bit more centrally located. Chicagoland folks, you'll appreciate the hour less drive or 45 minutes, whatever it is. All right. And again, it's, from a convenience standpoint, it's a really good spot. Okay, again, lots of hotels, lots of restaurants, lots of things to do. All right. All right, moving on to the regional brackets. Okay, in the weight-based, all right, we're just offering Mighty Mite, Junior Pee Wee, and JV. Okay, in age-based regional brackets, we are going 8U, 9U, 10U, 11U, 12U, 13U, and 14U. Okay, we are back to 3 full weekends, maybe 4. Is that my understanding? All right, depending on what we have. So those of you with us the last couple of years, we played 2 weekends. We were pretty much done. I do believe the plan is still to keep Division I the first weekend, ideally. Okay, that's the ideal situation. Okay, so those are our regional brackets, so everybody understands coming to regionals. That's what we're going to do in the brackets we're going to hold. Okay, more to be determined on that. Questions, comments, concerns?
Who else besides Chicagoland is offering D1?
I know Indiana's got a couple D1 teams. I would assume at the age-based level they'll have a lot of D1, D2. Ohio. All right. Any more questions on the bracket or regionals and sub-regionals? Okay. I want to go into the next slide here, which is our controlled scrimmage rules. Okay. And this is, when I say controlled scrimmage, this isn't the scrimmages that we're going to play down south. Okay. This isn't the scrimmages or like the Oramas. This is when you don't have enough players to play a football game and it turns into a scrimmage, okay? You must start with 16 players, okay? You can finish with 15, but you have to start with 16, all right? You play 2 halves, no time on the clock, okay? And both halves Offense gets 15 plays, defense gets 15 plays, halftime, so you get 10-minute halftime, 15 more offensive plays, 15 more defensive plays, game's over. We move on. Okay, any questions on that? All the other rules still apply within your division, but that's how you play a controlled scrimmage if you don't have enough players to play or for whatever reason we're deemed a scrimmage. Tim, am I missing anything on that?
So the whole intent of this is so you take 3 teams and you travel to Algonquin, let's just say, and one of your teams has a player that got sick the night before or whatever, and you don't have enough players to play, but everybody else is there. So now you have a controlled scrimmage with the Algonquin team. Kids still get to play, you still get to coach them, and we fall within our guidelines. We're still provided with our insurance coverage, those kind of things. That's the intent of this, so that 12 kids don't drive somewhere and can't play, okay? That's all it's for, okay? This is not to give you a reason to make up other games or anything else. That's the intent. Yes, sir.
First rule Breakout, must start with 16 players. That doesn't make sense to them. If you're traveling with 12 kids, I mean,
Yeah, but what if one person has 3 kids in the car and they break down on the way?
Jack. So hang on, guys, hang on. So the question is, on the first, we say we must start with 16 players and drop to 15 in a controlled scrimmage.
No. That's what he's talking about is the Pop Warner rule. I see what you're saying. I'm with you. You can play with 16, regular game, counts and standings and all of that. Our scenario is if for some reason you drop, let's say you show up with 16 and 2 kids get hurt, or 1 kid has to go because his sister has something else going on. I mean, that all happens, right? That's right.
It's before they get their templates. If you guys show up to the game with 16 kids, you're playing, one of the kids gets hurt in the first play of the first quarter, now that automatically turns into a scrimmage because you're not ending the game with 16 players or your 15th kid has not gotten their templates.
Correct.
Okay.
That's all we're trying to do here, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not trying to, again, create a window of opportunity. We're just trying to make sure that if everybody involved makes that effort to get that game set up, we got a chance to let those kids play a little football. Okay? That's all it is.
Any other questions on that? All right. This handsome devil on the next slide is going to come up and talk to you about event forums and that process. All right? We need to make sure we got that handsome devil on the screen there for everybody to see at home. All right, while he talks. All right, so Tim Arvanitis is going to take you through the event forms and what you need to do for that.
You're a clown. Morning, everybody. It's very important that the event request form is filled out when you have an event that involves the name Pop Warner in it. If you're going out across the street with your son and a couple of his buddies that were on the team and you're tossing a ball around, I could care less. All right, but if you're going to include the names Pop Warner in your events, then we have to have it documented. All right, the event request form has to have noted on it that there is insurance that couples that event. All right, so make sure that that box is checked, as well as the event has to be open to the entire league. All right, it's very important that that's checked as well. Do your best to invite anybody and everybody to your event as you can. It's a real simple process, but what we're seeing is we're seeing a lot of associations and a lot of leagues not doing it. All right, it's vital, okay, because in 20 years from now, if somebody gets injured at that event, we better be able to have all the documentation that supports approving that event. Okay, and I know Jack can talk about litigation all day long about what happened, especially the situation in Wisconsin where that young man got injured in Pop Warner, and ultimately I think he took his own life. And there's a lot of litigation after he finished his experience at Wisconsin University playing football. They sued Pop Warner and they won. So it's important that we fill out the appropriate documentation, and that event request form is just that. So if there's any questions, please let me know. It's a real simple process, okay? So if you haven't been doing it, please start now, okay? And make sure that you get it to your association president. He then gets it to the league director. The league director will send it to me, and ultimately it goes to the national office so they have documentation as well. You want to protect your interests. Jack's always made it clear that, he likes his house and he wants to make sure he keeps it. Same thing with you guys. Okay, please? All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, Tim. All right, we are now going to get into the wonderful subject of game jerseys. Okay? We are getting very strict at the Mid-America level on jerseys and what's legal and what's not. Every year in Mid-America, as well as some other regions, we always run the weigh-ins. And every year we go down the national, and every year we put Sam in a very unfortunate situation of having to determine whether a team should play or not because they're wearing an illegal jersey. We've decided in Mid-America we're not going to be part of the problem, we're going to be part of the solution. One thing that was mandated in northern Indiana, and it's kind of trickled in for this year, all jersey mock-ups come through me. I have to approve them, okay? Obviously, if we order from Pop Warner Authentic, they're going to be legal, but we want to see the mock-ups just in case, all right? On this slide, this was sent to me from the Indiana League from Knox. And the reason I chose this one over others is because the mock-up had the patch on it. So my guess is this came from Pop Warner Authentic, okay? It's a legal jersey by definition, okay? We have a away jersey. We have a home jersey. We can clearly see the numbers, solid body, nothing special on the jersey. This is a fantastic jersey. Okay, it meets all the specifications of the legal National Federation jersey. You must have a patch on your jersey, period. The Pop Warner patch has got to be on the jersey. If you don't get your jerseys from Pop Warner Authentic, you have to have a patch on it. End of story. Okay? I know Chris Brooks, we always run into it at equipment check, and Chris Brooks always has to sell patches to somebody because they don't have patches at the regional. League presidents, I'm going to ask that you help us with this. You should not allow them to play in your state championship if they don't have the patch on their jersey. That helps us police it.
During certification right now, they're telling them that's got to come through before the player can get certified.
Perfect. Perfect. So going through its certification, they're telling them right now in certification the players have to have the patch on the jersey before they certify them. Okay? Now, again, this is me. If I was an association president, I would get the sublimated patch because I never have to worry about it getting ripped off. Period. That's just me. All right? I can't tell you how many games I've worked over the last 20 years where at some point in the game, somebody grabs a kid to tackle him, and all of a sudden the patch is going in the air. Obviously, if it happens during a game and we have knowledge of that, that's one thing. But that patch has got to be back on for the next game. The solution is go through Pop Warner Authentic, get the sublimated patch. You don't have to worry about that. Okay? Questions on jersey, on legal jerseys? All right, I got two, on the next slide, I got two pictures up here of what we would deem illegal jerseys. Okay? Really can't tell what the numbers are. Okay, there's no outline on them. Okay? And if you look at the picture on the right, that was sent to me during the Indiana year, and the numbers kind of fade. You really have a hard time seeing the numbers on the right. Okay, it needs to be a solid number with an outline that clearly contrasts the body front. Okay, at the regional level, home team wears dark, visiting team wears white. No questions asked. Okay?
They're doing the certification training over there, but what they're being told, we need to make clear, when you certify your kids in August, they gotta bring the jersey to certification.
Both, if they have
Both.
it's not a reversible, bring both.
That's gonna eliminate answering these questions later on. They won't get certified unless you guys approve the jersey then.
Okay. So again, just like those of you who've been fortunate enough to get to regionals or the nationals, you bring both jerseys so we can look at both jerseys. If you have a reversible, then obviously we see that. Okay, and in order to get certified, they have to have the patch. Okay, real simple. All right, again, any mock-ups need to come through me. I'll be honest with you, there's some of them that I think are borderline. I do share them with Tim Lucas, and we kind of make a joint decision. But at the end of the day, we felt like that decision needed to come from me. All right, but if I have a question or if I think something's borderline, Tim Lucas and I will have a discussion. We'll come up with a joint decision. Once we approve the jersey, it's been approved for the year, and we move on. Okay, so make sure you get those mock-ups in. All right, I just want to review some equipment things here as we move on. All right, you must have a helmet. It must be recertified within 2 years. Okay, so it'll have a sticker on it. So for this year, if we don't see the sticker say 2019, 2020, or 2021, it's no good. Okay? Yeah.
How about, like, because if there's kids that they bought helmets, for instance, our organization, people bought a helmet in 2018, right? They played 18 to 19. They didn't play, or so 19, they would have got hit recertified. They didn't play last year.
It's still got to be recertified. It's still got to be sent off and have the sticker, and it's a little sticker that goes on the back of the helmet. It'll have the year that it was recertified. That's what we're looking for. If we don't see 19, 20, or 21 on that helmet, we are not going to allow you to use it.
You shouldn't let them play all year with it. Again, certification day. That should be something we check. If you have a specific equipment person that runs your equipment, they can start going through it right now. Right? Another safety issue.
Guys, and we do this kind of go back what Tim just said. We all like our houses and want to keep them. If a kid gets hurt and they decide it's a faulty helmet and they send it to the helmet manufacturer and the helmet manufacturer says, well, this helmet wasn't recertified within the 2-year period, now that's on us. We failed on that. Okay? So we got to make sure we get those helmets recertified. That's an important piece. Okay? Obviously, shoulder pads, tail pad, butt pad, or hip boards, thigh boards, knee pads. All right. This is the biggest pet peeve, and I know in high school in Indiana, this is a huge point of emphasis. I don't know what it's Illinois or anywhere else. It's great that when our kids turn on TV on Sunday afternoon, they see the NFL guys wearing their pants almost to their thighs. We play by National Federation rules, and National Federation says the knee pads have to cover the knees. That includes the pants. Okay? Knee pads aren't made to be worn up here. They're made to be worn over the knees. Make sure we're buying pants for some of these kids that the knee pads cover the knees, because we're going to ask them to pull them down. In Indiana, because our high school referees have been trained that way by our state commissioner, we'll send them off, tell them to tape the knee pads where they stay put, and then they can come back on. Okay? The knee pads must cover the knees. Mouthpieces must be attached to the face mask. This is a Pop Warner rule, and we need to follow this. I can't tell you how many times during regular season, I can't tell you how many times during regional playoffs, I look at a kid's mouthpiece that comes in from another league and it's not attached. That's a safety thing, and the biggest reason is so that the referees can look and see that that kid's got a mouthpiece in. If a kid shows me a mouthpiece with no string, I'm going to tell him go see Chris Brooks, and it's going to be a $5 mouthpiece. Okay, it's got to be attached to the helmet. Again, league presidents, you can help us with that. Enforce that during the year so when they get to us at the regionals and the sub-regionals, we don't have to worry about it. Okay? Again, jerseys, home must wear dark, away must wear light, okay? And we decided on white. All right, so make sure you have a white jersey when you come to regionals. Face shields, I get this every year. Tim gets it every year. The shield must be clear. That's the end of it. Okay? I tell this story all the time. Some of my friends in here may remember this story because I think a couple of them were on the field. In fact, my folks at Chesterton, I was on their field when this happened. They were playing a team in regular season. Kid had a shield on that was a dark tint. Went up and I said, that shield's got to come off. Dad says, it's not coming off. I got a doctor's note. That's great. It's still coming off. The National Federation rule says it's got to be clear. His next comment out of his mouth, and I quote, was, "I'm calling Larry, and Larry's going to tell you it's okay." I said, "You call Larry and let me know how that conversation goes." Guy had no idea who I was on the field. Okay? I'm the director of officials. I'm the guy he's going to call, and I'm the one telling him to take the mask off. Guy had no idea. Okay? I don't care if you have 10 doctor's notes that that kid can wear a dark visor. He's not wearing it. It has to be clear. And the reasoning for that is if that kid gets knocked out, the medics have to be able to see his eyes. The kid, however, can wear a nose shield and sunglasses under his helmet. Now you're going to say, well, that's dumb. Why can't he wear a dark shield? Because they can take the sunglasses off through the helmet. Okay? So if the kid needs to wear dark on his eyes because his eyes are sensitive, tell him put sunglasses under. That's allowed by National Federation rules to wear sunglasses underneath the helmet. Okay? But if they show, and I don't care, we had 2 of them at regionals last year. Well, you can't see the tint when you're up close. It's a pink tint. Is there a tint on it? You can't use it. I don't care if it's pink, blue, purple, black. You can't wear it. If there's any kind of tint, if I can hold that up and turn it one way or the other and it tints, it's no good. Clear. Clear visor. I cannot stress that enough. Tim and I will send 1,000 emails out this year. We'll talk about it 100 times. We'll talk about it at the regional coaches meeting. And I promise you, come game day, somebody's going to have a dark tinted visor on. It never fails. Okay? Anything else on that? All right. Moving on to the next slide with equipment. I have gotten several phone calls on this next slide. Everybody's asking me about size of footballs. Okay? Tiny Mite, Mighty Mite, 6U, 7U, 8U. We'll use the Wilson K2. Understand Wilson is the sponsor for Pop Warner. Okay? These other brands are listed in the rule book, but the size football from 8U down to Tiny Mite is K2. Okay, Junior Pee Wee to 11U, they use the TDJ. And then JV to 14U uses a TDY. If you are JV 12, 13, 14U, and you throw me a TDJ, I'm throwing it back out at you. I won't say one particular head coach, Dennis Manier, that tried to do that to me a couple years ago, and then tried to blame it on his equipment manager. See how these association presidents, they get slick. All right? I don't care if you use a ball bigger than what you're supposed to, but it can't be smaller. And for crying out loud, put some air in your footballs. I can't tell you how many footballs I grabbed that I can put both fingers right through. All right? So this will also be in the slides that you get or in the drive, so you can refer to this. Okay? Indiana coaches, if you're in here, I will make sure this gets in your coaches packet that we give out in July. So it's a quick reference for you. Okay? League presidents, please get this to your equipment managers of each association so they know which footballs to order. Okay?
Quick point on footballs. If you have a continuing drive and you're a team that kicks your extra points and you score a touchdown, you can't bring in a new ball to kick with. You have to use the same ball. Now, if you have an interception turnover and you score with the other team's ball, we will let you kick your own ball. Okay? We get that a lot. Kickers want to use a special ball, whatever. I don't know if you have any kickers that are that specialized at your level. You can't bring in a new ball. You got to kick with that ball. Okay? You going to talk to the regionals for that?
For what? Oh, yes. Thank you. I forgot about that. See, there's a reason I rely on these Marines, man. They're pretty sharp. So anybody who's been to Florida in the past to play at the Nationals, you understand that they give the referees a football. They give you the option of composite or leather that you want to play with, but we use one football. We have decided at the sub-regional and regional levels, we are doing that as well this year. You will not be playing with your own football. Okay, we will bring out a composite and or a leather. Okay, just the composites. Okay, so we're going to bring out a composite football, and that's the ball we're going to play with for that game. We're using one football at the regional level. Okay, so understand that. when you get to sub-regionals and regionals, we will be providing the football. All right? Questions on that?
Regional champions will get the game ball. So another nice little thing, you can award one of your players or one of your volunteers, whoever, for their contributions. You'll be able to give the game ball for the regional champions.
All right. The next part of this, we're going to bring back that good-looking fellow who talked to you about event forms, and he's going to talk about the process of declaring divisions of play. All right? That's an important process that we need to go through. Timmy?
I'll tell you what, Larry's, Jack already said I can't do it, but he's doing such a great job this morning along with Tim. It's almost enticing me out of retirement from coaching. I'm thinking about coming back, and a lot of fun with that. But declaring divisions of play. One thing you have to understand basically is where you're at as a football program, okay? If you're a larger program and you want to be competitive, we certainly encourage that. But we also understand that in our region we have smaller associations as well that cannot keep up with the larger ones. So we encourage those smaller associations to participate in Division III. All right, and you have to make that personal decision on your own, but we definitely want you to notify your league president as to where you think you fit, and it's strongly encouraged that you evaluate where you're at right now as an association and make that proper decision. There is going to be a situation where if for some reason you want to be Division III and then you start steamrolling everybody, we have the authority to make that decision to move you up mid-season. That's in the rule book. All right, so we can evaluate where you're at. So make a sincere evaluation of where you're at as a football program and make that determination to benefit the children, okay? We don't want to waste your time where you go up to a Division II program and you're getting pushed around a lot, okay, when you actually belong in Division III. Same thing with our new leagues that come into Pop Warner. If we see that you're struggling, we're not going to keep you struggling for long. We'll make that determination as well. If you say, hey, listen, I know for a fact I'm a Division I football program and you're getting blanked every week, we've got to reevaluate that decision as well. So it's vital that that takes place for the success of your program. All right? And here he is, the legend.
Tim reminded me, and it's something I failed to do at the beginning. We do have some new leagues in Mid-America this year. Southwest Michigan, Keith Reed is here. The Kansas City Metro guys, are they here? Kansas City Metro, are you here? Craig, okay. So Kansas City Metro in Kansas, they are a new league, and Southeast Wisconsin. Are they here? Yep, right there in Milwaukee. Okay, perfect. So we have 3 new leagues in Mid-America. If you're a new association and you're here, can you stand up for us, please? New association. We have South Newton out of Indiana. Okay, out of Chicagoland. Okay.
They've got about 12 new associations.
Yep. Yes. Chicagoland's grown leaps and bounds. Our friends in Milwaukee, the Steelers. Okay, they'll be a part of that new league. Southeast Wisconsin, Ohio. Yep, Ohio. They're back in. Okay. So again, we're excited because we've grown in Mid-America. All right, I failed to introduce them at the beginning, and I apologize for that. Next, I'm going to turn it over to our regional director, Jack Arnett. We are going to talk about showcase games that we have going on.
We also have some folks that are visiting us and looking at coming in, and we've got our folks out of Wills, Cook, Kane. Where you at? Right? Welcome. Dwayne, glad to have you here. Indianapolis, where you at, Mr. Meriwether? Welcome. Glad to have you here. Great. Who else am I missing that's coming in just to join the camaraderie? If I missed you, I apologize. But we're glad to have you here and look to have part of the family soon. One of the things that happened last year, as you know, when Illinois shut down because of COVID, our biggest league, they had some teams that still wanted to play, and we had a neighboring state that had different rules. So we were able to pull over 60 teams or whatever it was, and the region ended up running games. That's not what we do. That's what you guys do. Well, we got an eye-opener. We learned a lot. 14 weeks, 2 games at a time. You guys were all, or a lot of you were part of it. It was a great deal. But I'm telling you, we found out how far removed we are from some of this. We listened, we watched, and out of that, we put together a committee of some coaches, administrators, to give us some feedback on what we can do to do things a little different and do things maybe Pop Warner's never looked at before, and spice things up. Put the bling out there, right? Okay, so we listened to you guys. Some of you guys all had some great input. One of the things that rose to the top of that discussion was showcasing Pop Warner in areas where maybe areas of the country, areas of the region where we didn't have it before. So and a prime example of that is last year we took a team from Ohio, team from Indiana, down to Kansas City. We were trying to get a new league in, and we showcased Pop Warner. We did a great job. It was streamed all over, just a lot of good stuff. So that league came into Pop Warner. So we're going to expound on that. What we're going to do this year, we're going to do showcase games throughout the region that will allow, some of you to take your teams and play in another place outside of your league, not the same competition. 2, to take it to places like Indianapolis or Ohio or Kansas City, where we're just growing, Milwaukee, so we can put a product on the field and show folks what Pop Warner really is. So on August 14th to 15th, we're going to host a whole slate of games in Kansas City, from 8U all the way up through 13U. I think our friends from the Texas region are going to send some teams in. We're working on the format now. Now, everybody can't come, okay? This is an invite only, okay? And just make that clear up front. Javon, one of our football commissioners, these guys up here, they're going to do the vetting. We're going to get help from you all on who we bring. It's going to be strategically done, by team, because we got to match up teams, and it's going to be done by levels. We want to make sure if we get a team from Texas come in, that it's a D1 level, we match them up with a D1 level here. So there's a little work to be done with this. We're going to do games, I believe, Tim, in Cincinnati, right? Probably Cleveland, Milwaukee. Some of those will be mid-season, and then we're going to do this again postseason for some of your groups that get knocked out of your state championships. So maybe your second place team in your league who don't get to come to regionals, we're going to try to showcase them too. We're going to bling it up. We're going to live stream it all. We're going to change the way we award stuff. We're going to go with the rings a lot at different levels. We're going to make it a lot more exciting and a lot different. So there's a lot to happen there, and we're excited about it. Just keep in communication with your football commissioner that represents your league. Let us know who you have that you want us to consider, and we'll start working that process in. The August 14th and 15th setup, we're going to try to do all that travel to Kansas City for most of it. We're going to try to get you 2 games in. So we're there. Maybe a bracket. So 10U, for example, by rule, we think we got this figured out. If we do scrimmages, it's an arama. As long as we stay within the practice hours, we can play a scrimmage on Saturday. Okay, 4 10U teams, two and two, and then the winners play Sunday and the losers play Sunday. Again, scrimmages, not games, right? Because you can't play back-to-back games, but it's going to be a game. Okay, and it's going to be fun. Okay, but we'll get it all approved on event forms, and if we have to adjust quarter times or something like that, like an arama, we'll do that. It's all going to be done. We're not going to put anybody in jeopardy there, but it's going to be a good time. So that's kind of exciting, and any input you want to give us on that, we want to make sure that you guys have some input so you can get some teams in there. So again, go through your league presidents and get to your commissioners, and we'll work on that. One of the things that we always have problems with is teams that are out on an island. For example, D1 teams. We talked about that just a minute ago. We've only got really 1.5, 2 leagues with D1 teams, maybe a few more. So a Pee Wee team, our Pee Wee team last year that went to Florida had to sit for 3 weeks without playing somebody. During the season, they didn't have hardly anybody to play at their competition level, and that's not always good either. So we put a person on our team. He's our scheduler. We have a scheduler for Mid-America. So he's going to work with all of the 10 active leagues, especially the ones that are geographically fit, to try to help schedule games for those teams that are out on an island that maybe are at a, because I know Indiana, for example, may have a D1 team. Okay, there's not going to be many more. So who do they play, right? So we're going to have to find them somebody to play. Same with the higher level teams from some of our other leagues. So we're going to work hard on that to try to give you all some games if you've got teams that don't match up well, or you're the only JV team in your league. Somebody, and that's something you guys got to talk about too when you declare. When Tim talked about declaring divisions, you really got to talk within your league to make sure that you can try to avoid standing out there by yourself. Talk to your league president so you can make sure if you got a JV bracket, there's at least 3 or 4 to play in if that's possible. That's pretty common sense. And then they mentioned already the fact that we're going to try to do the postseason with Texas, just like we did with Florida last year for our odd teams. Those were the things I think they wanted me to cover here. Was there anything else that you want me to cover, Larry? Nope. Okay, good deal. Thanks.
All right, perfect. And one last thing here before we wrap this up and then get into Tim Lucas's next session. We talked about the difficult year we had last year, okay? Through the efforts of Jack Arnett, and I think it's important that we have some of our friends from Southeast Region up. Dennis Connors, their regional director, Ricky Wright, their vice regional director, and Ken Jeffords. Can you guys stand up? Okay. One thing that's great about Pop Warner and why most of us stay involved is we get to build relationships with people. Okay. Jack and Dennis have become very good friends, and through those guys, we were able to run championships. Okay. I know I can talk for our staff. We learned a lot going down and working with Dennis and his staff. They did a great job. I know Dennis appreciated us being down there. But I think it's very important that Dennis and his crew get some thanks and some recognition for hosting us and allowing us to have a championship. So Dennis, Ricky, Ken, appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Huh? What's it? Yeah, tonight. Yeah. All right, just a reminder tonight before we wrap this session up, we have our hospitality night, 7 o'clock, right? 7 o'clock, hospitality? 6?
Right outside.
Okay, 6 o'clock right outside. All right, heavy hors d'oeuvres. You get a wristband, heavy hors d'oeuvres. You come in, bring an appetite. All right, and so that's all I have. I think Tim Lucas is going to come up, and then we'll kind of move on with our segment. Guys, thank you. Appreciate the time. If we can go to that last slide, Larry. Sorry. Next one. Contact information for Tim, myself, Javon, and Chris Brooks. Okay. I will also make sure you guys have Tim Lucas's information. But if you need, this is all in the slides. You have our cell numbers and our email addresses that will be in your drive that you get. Okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. One real quick. Just found out he made a nice, fashionably late entrance. Derek Arnett in the back. Derek was our coach of our 10U Portage Indian National Championship team. And Derek just got here, so I want to make sure we recognize him as well. All right.
No, thank you. Good afternoon, Derek. Sorry, that's the inside joke. Listen, you guys have been great. Spent a lot of time in here. Appreciate your attention. Just have a couple quick things. I want to bring something up that I think we all need to be considering. Everybody knows in the last 4 or 5 years, football's been under attack, right? With the head injury situation and all the safety stuff, legitimate issues, okay? I think we're kind of seeing kind of the abatement of that a little bit. A lot of things that we've done, USA Football, the NFL, all the associations have jumped in and done a pretty good job of that. Well, all of youth sports is now under attack from another area, okay? And it's what happens at games. If you go to YouTube and you type in softball fight or you type in football brawl, okay? I challenge you to count how many videos you're going to get. And they're not from 2002, okay? They're from now. This stuff is happening all the time, okay? So for the safety of our parents, our players, our volunteers, our fans, you know, their grandmothers that come to watch the game, we as administrators, it's incumbent upon us to try to do everything we can to prevent that. Now, I know there's not everything we can do, right? You can't prevent somebody pulling a gun in the parking lot. I mean, you just can't, okay? But we have got to do everything we can. We got to be conscious of that. And there's another piece to that. You know, I'm an official. Larry's an official. Larry, who's just up here, is also an official. There's not enough of us, okay? And more of us have this kind of hairline than the other, okay? Part of why you're losing officials is because they don't feel safe anymore, okay? And we've got to help that. Yes, you may not agree with their calls. You may be frustrated by them. They may not be the best official. They may not have great rules knowledge, okay? I understand that. Believe me, we've all worked with officials that need extra help, okay? But what we need you to do is to provide a safe as possible environment for them as you can. If you need to escort them back to their car in the parking lot, do it. If you need to give them special parking so they can park close, do it. Because I'll tell you what, does everybody remember when you were 8 or 9 years old and you went down to the park to play baseball or football? What ended up happening at some point during that game? You didn't get me. You didn't touch me. No, you didn't. Okay, it ends up in an argument. Now it's become recess. Well, if you don't have officials, that's what you're going to have is recess. And we don't want that, okay? And I'm telling you, it's a national crisis with officials and this whole violence thing around our sports. It's a black eye we don't need. So take that to heart if you would. One last quick thing here. I'm going to ask Larry Newberry to come up and talk about something real quick to address this shortage of officials and also to offer to your associations, your leagues, an opportunity for you to have your officials get some additional training. Okay, Larry?
All right, so this is kind of impromptu for me. It initially was intended for the Illinois folks, but one of the benefits of the pandemic, as most of you are aware of, we have things that we're able to do virtually, right, through Zoom or through Teams. Tim and I are involved a number of different activities. We actually teach or help teach a class for officiating in Illinois, and because it's a virtual class, I feel like we can invite anybody and everybody that's interested. It's Federation rules. It's a 6-week class. I've got, I don't know, a dozen or so flyers. If there's not enough for everyone, I can certainly get your contact information forwarded. I think Jack's, they're going to send it out electronically. So it's here. It's a free class. I guess we'll leave these on this front table. Get them on your way out. It's a 6-week class. I think it's on Tuesday nights starting in July. You have to register through the site, and it goes 1 week we cover the kicking game, 1 week we cover the running game, 1 week, so on and so forth. I know as a coach, I thought I was a pretty good coach when I started out in youth sports 30 years ago. I know for a fact I became a better coach when I started officiating, when I learned the rules and I learned the perspective of what the officials were looking for. So aside from this kind of a two-pronged thing, aside from us, number one, needing more officials, it'll help people in your organization or in your program or you yourself to learn the other side of the game. And it'll also, I use myself as an example. I think there's other people who are similar. You're here for a couple of reasons. One is because you love the sport. Aside from the standpoint of wanting to give back to the community or the kids and do your part, I don't think there's anybody in here that can say they don't love the sport. So this is a way to stay involved. Some of you are here because you have children. They're in that age bracket. Some of you are here because other reasons you're beyond that point. But certainly it's a way to stay involved. And there may be someone in your organization that's just starting that doesn't know it yet, but they'd be a darn good official. So this is, again, it's an opportunity. It's a free class. That's all I'm going to say, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, last but not least, we have flash drives that we've set up for each of you to take home with you. On that flash drive is a whole bunch of PDF documents. The presentations that we've sent, I know Larry said he had a couple corrections to do on his. We'll get that sent out. But there's the presentation from this afternoon's coaches training. There's the timing document I talked about. There's the scrimmage rules. There's all that. All those items are on there, okay? So as you leave, we're going to have 2 folks out there handing them out. Take one of them. The only exception would be if you're a league president or you're here representing your league president, you will get a binder tomorrow that will have that flash drive in it. So please don't take another one. We want to make sure everybody gets one. So that's all I had, gentlemen. Yeah, 1 o'clock we'll be back here. Lunch is on your own. I think the deli is open. I don't know about the restaurant. And what's that? The gaming's open and all that. So back here at 1 o'clock for the coaches training. Jim, they got him back there, Larry. So again, thank you for your attention and time. If anybody has any last questions, I'll hang out up here for a minute if you have something. Thank you very much. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome, everybody. I see a lot of faces from the earlier session. For those who don't know, my name is Tim Lucas. I'm the Deputy Regional Director. Got some of the other RMT members. I'm not going to I'm not going to introduce everybody. If you don't know them, we can catch up later. A couple of housekeeping items. If you were here this morning and you already got your thumb drive, that's great. We do have some more. If you were not here this morning and you didn't get the thumb drive with documents, see me when we're done. We'll get you your thumb drive. It's got all the documents on it. Without further ado, we're going to talk some coaches training. So I'm going to give you a little background. My background is as a referee, and I coach baseball. So now you're thinking, why is this guy going to teach me about football training, coaches training? Well, because I'm not talking X's and O's. If you came here thinking you're going to learn X's and O's, you're not. We got people that can teach X's and O's big time. What we're going to talk about today is being an effective coach, which is as much being an effective manager of people and information as anything else. Yes, the competitive side's important, the X's and O's. That's all important, and I'm trying to minimize that. But where you're going to be successful is with some of the things we're going to talk about today. Okay, we call it risk management. I don't know if that's really the right word for it, but this is a program that's designed to help head coaches of any experience level. So we have some coaches in here who have been coaching for a long time. You may not get as much out of this as somebody that's just new to it. Hopefully you'll still get something, okay? A lot of this is based on Pop Warner rules. So you're going to see some references to Pop Warner rules in here, straight out of the book. I can almost guarantee no one will leave here without learning something new, because there's a lot of things in the Pop Warner rule book that maybe you didn't think about, you haven't seen. Maybe you left Pop Warner and you're new coming back, and you haven't familiarized yourself with it. So I'm pretty confident you'll learn something. At least I'm hopeful. If at any point you have a question or a comment, please pipe in. Okay. Good job, Larry. We're going to I forgot to mention, we're live streaming this on a YouTube channel so that people that couldn't attend are able to see it. So that's why I have to talk so close into the mic. Otherwise, the YouTube doesn't go through. So I apologize if I'm kind of loud. So we're going to go through the risk management presentation. We're going to have a basic rules review. I know we did that this morning, so maybe it'll be more of an overview and kind of an open discussion if you had questions about it. And then I actually put it on here, which was a mistake on my part. Tim and Jack are going to have a coaching roundtable this afternoon in the next session. So that's our plan for today. So when we're talking about risk management, we broke it down into a number of categories. Okay, safety, administration, communication, organization, team activities. We're also going to touch a little bit about the region championships for those that weren't here this morning. So safety. If you're the head coach of the team, you are responsible for safety. You cannot designate this requirement or this responsibility. You can make someone else the treasurer. You can make someone else the travel coordinator. You cannot designate someone else to be responsible for safety. You are responsible for safety. Don't ever forget that. You're responsible for supervision and oversight at all team activities and functions. Okay? If you have the boys and girls over to your house for a swim at your pool, you are responsible as a head coach and you're responsible as a homeowner. Okay? Don't forget that. And that includes the other coaches, support staff, and volunteers that may be involved. You are responsible for them as well. You're responsible for USA Football heads-up compliance. Okay? Yes, your league should have an oversight on that. The association should as well. But as a team head coach, you are responsible to make sure that all your coaches go through their compliance, or their certification, and they're compliant with that. If they are not, they should not be leading individual drills, period. Okay? Huge liability point. And equipment. We talked about equipment this morning. If your helmets are not in certification, it is on you. Okay? Don't blame it on the equipment, the league equipment, the association equipment person. You're responsible for your team to make sure that they're right. Make sure that they don't have tinted shields on. Make sure that they have proper mouth guards. Make sure that halfway through the year they haven't chewed through half of it and you don't give them a new one.
Yes, you're responsible for all of that. Fair or unfair, that's the truth. Okay? Administration, and this is where some of the Pop Warner rules come in. Okay, this stuff is straight out of there. So, the schedule guidelines are in the Pop Warner rule book. The section numbers, and this is actually, the numbers and pages are from the 2016 book. I haven't had a chance to update it with some of the newer ones, and of course we didn't publish one last year, et cetera, et cetera. So, but these things haven't changed. The page number might not be exactly right. The sectional number will still be the same. So, the book is important. It can save you. It can doom you, but it can also save you, right? If you don't have one and you haven't really gone through it as a head coach, I'd advise you to change that. Get yourself a rule book and go through it. We had a discussion about that last night. There's even a section on postseason and bowl games, on what you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do, okay? So make sure you review all that stuff. We talked about equipment a little bit, but let's talk about equipment with regards to when you're going to go out and play at somebody else's park, right? Are you taking extra mouth guards? Do you have extra shoulder pad straps? Do you have some extra knee pads? What if somebody loses a butt pad? Okay? These are all things that are really important for you to do that are in administration. Communication is critical. Almost every failure of everything that's ever happened, I think, you could track down at least to some percentage as a breakdown in communication. Okay? So I know I coached a lot of baseball teams, okay? I didn't do football, but I coached a lot of baseball teams, so I can speak from that aspect of it. I had a meeting before the season with my team. All my players had to come to my house, and at least one of their parents or guardian had to come to the meeting, and I had an agenda for them. And we sat down and we had a conversation. And I told them how things were going to work. Okay? If it was a competitive team, I told them we're going to put the best 9 on the field and we're going to play. If it was a non-competitive team, I'd say, okay, everybody's going to play. If you could play a position safely, I'm going to let you play it. If you want to pitch, I'm going to let you try to pitch. At the end of the season, we go into the playoffs. We'll change things up a little bit. But I always had an expectation. I laid it out for them exactly what was going to happen. And I think the times that we have issues with parents, an awful lot of the time is they just don't have the same expectation we do. Okay? And I'm not saying their expectation is wrong or your expectation is wrong, but you got to be on the same page. And the only way to do that is to have that communication. I think it's important to make sure that they know the schedule regularly, update them. We have limitations. You got to have so many players at a game. Well, if your schedule changes, and we all know they change, goodness knows, we lived through last year and the year before, schedules change, okay? It's on you to make sure that gets done. Now, you can delegate that, okay? But we got to make sure we communicate that. And as the head coach, you serve as the league or association liaison for your team. That's a very important responsibility to make sure that, one, your association or league can give you the support that you need, and two, that you know what the league and the association are doing as well, okay? I think it's a great idea to create a contract, a player-coach contract. I know there's a lot of them floating around. I know there's some verbiage in the rule book that you can pull out. I think it's really important that they understand the expectation, they understand what you're going to do, and boy, when they sign their name on something, it still holds some weight, okay? And maybe it's not something you use later as a tool, but maybe it's something you refer to, okay? I told you we were going to have 3 practices a week, and you've only made 1 a week for the last 3 weeks. So tell me what's going on. Have that conversation, okay? Just puts everybody on the same page, okay? As far as organization, background checks. Everybody should be doing background checks, right? Hopefully nobody shakes their head no. Make sure they get done. Make sure they get put in, okay? If there's any issues with a background check, deal with it right now. The last thing in the world that we need is somebody slips through the background check system and something happens, okay? That is not a phone call or situation anybody in this room wants to deal with. Absolutely.
Real quick, your business managers this morning were just taught on how to look up a background in Affinity. If you've got a coach, and we've had coaches in the past that jump from one organization to another, and the second organization readily accepted that volunteer, but they didn't know what baggage that came with them. So your background check should include looking in Affinity to make sure that your coaches don't have any history.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions on that? That's in the roster software program, so if you have any questions about it, see your business managers. Certainly the region has folks that can help you with that as well. So going back to the background checks, it's really important. Every adult, and I'm going to read it off here because I want to make sure I say it right. Every adult that's potentially responsible for a player or may end up alone with a player should be background checked. Okay? So if you have one particular parent that's going to carry a lot of the kids around, it's not a bad idea to go ahead and background check that parent, okay? Yes, they may have their own child in the car with them, but if you know that they live in a neighborhood where 4 or 5 kids come from or another area of your community, go ahead and background check them. I don't know how much it costs. It's not super cost prohibitive, right? Yeah, so do it, okay? Anybody that's going to have responsibility for somebody else's kid or be alone with them should really be background checked. How many people knew that you're supposed to have a trainer on your staff? By rule, how many knew that? Come on now, a few. How many didn't know that? Come on now, I guarantee you, come on, be honest, okay? You're supposed to have a trained individual that is a trainer or a certified trainer on your staff, okay? Now you can get around that, you have a trainer at your site and all that, but again, this is in the rule book, you're supposed to have, this is the group of people you're supposed to have. How many know you can have a coach trainee on your staff that's rostered? Okay? Look, these ladies know. Okay? So take advantage of that, okay? A lot of teams want to have somebody that's the water boy or whatever. Well, maybe make that a trainee coach, right? And that's one of their duties, okay? So utilize that as a rostered person, okay? You're only allowed to have one team parent. I can't tell you how many times we go to regional and we have 9 moms come into the room and want to run the book, okay? That's a problem. Not because we don't love all those volunteers and all the effort that they want to have put in and want to put in for them. We just can't deal with 9 of them at one time. So, one team parent. Team activities. I think Tim and Jack are going to talk about this a little bit more later. Create a practice plan. You know, as I said, I did baseball, I didn't do football. I know in baseball, the worst baseball practice I can remember as a kid or as a player was when we'd go out there and one person would take batting practice and we all stand around. That is sharp stick in the eye practice, right? Nobody's learning from that. So you have stations, do different things. Like I said, these guys can tell you more about specific things to do, but it's so important to keep those kids engaged, and the younger they are, the shorter their attention span, right? We all know that. We have to be careful about contact, right? We have to alternate between contact and non-contact. We have to be very, very careful that we follow the rules for contact per Pop Warner. And I don't know them that well, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend to preach them. But I know they're in there, practice hours, all those kind of things are specified. So it's absolutely your responsibility to know all that, okay? Don't let that up to one of your assistants that you think might know. If you're the head coach, you need to know that. Don't forget water breaks, right? We got a lot of times we're doing this in the heat, so make sure you get water breaks. I skipped over one thing I wanted to mention too. I think it's important that, as well as the mental work, that we have some fun activities in our practice. We still want to make this fun for our kids. I know I still have players that played for me when they were 11 years old. Of course, it's a little shaky when they come up and show you their children they've had, but that's another story. Exactly, it makes you feel old when they do that, but it's still kind of cool. But they will still tell me the things they remember about practices that we had was some of the fun stuff that we did. We made up this little game called two base that we played at practice. No gloves, and it was kind of a fun thing, but it still had a lot of baseball-related stuff. So try to think about things you can do with that. I think that especially at the younger age, that's really important, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't practice calling plays using a 25-second play clock, you're going to get in trouble. And I will also say, I know during the regular season, when you're playing on that lot behind the elementary school with no scoreboard or anything else, and the officials are keeping the play clock on the field, it is not as precise as it should be, okay? I get it. But if you're doing it at practice, Somebody's running a play clock or an approximate play clock. That will serve you well as you get further down. Because what's going to happen to you is you're going to get to the end of a game, and the coaches are going to be all excited, and the kids are going to be all excited, and all of a sudden that nasty referee's going to drop that flag out there because you got a play clock on the field and it's gone to 0. Okay? So that's something I think it really will helpful to you to build into your practice activities. Another thing that I see as an official is we're standing on the field and there's 10 coaches on the sideline and they're all screaming at the same time. You know what we hear on the field? That's what the kids are hearing too. Yes, they're used to your voice and all that, but I'm telling you right now, when you're standing in the middle of the field and you got 5 coaches screaming at the same time, it's just noise. So I would also advise you to start deciding what your game day activities for your coaches are going to be. And if you're a head coach and you want to call the offense, fine, call the offense. But everybody else should take a back seat. Have a designated defensive coordinator. Or if you have 2 or 3 people that collaborate on your offense or defense, they can collaborate, but only one person communicate to the team on the field. 'Cause I'm telling you, it just becomes noise. Game day prep. If you're traveling or you're at home, there's a lot of things you need to take care of. And this is where you don't want to have any surprises, right? You don't want to get to the field and realize that you brought your visiting jerseys instead of your home jerseys, right? Not a good surprise. Or you don't want to get to the field and 3 of the kids have their white jerseys and the other ones have their dark jerseys. Okay? Not good. So this is where you can delegate, right? Have a team mom or whatever, how you want to designate that person. They're responsible for travel. Make sure that they get out directions to all the families. Okay, this is where we're going. This is when we think you should leave. This is what time I need you to be there. This is the jersey we're wearing. This is where we're going after the game. Whatever all that information is, they can get that out. But it's got to be clear. It's important to know who will be at the game, who will not be at the game. Because as we talked about this morning, you can start with 16 and you can finish with 15, but if you show up with 14, you're having a scrimmage. Okay? I always recommend bringing both jerseys. Certainly the best thing to do is to use Pop Warner Authentic and buy those reversibles, then you don't have to worry about it. But have your kids always bring both jerseys, then they're never going to get confused. Okay? I think it's great to have a conversation with your opponent before you go. And what are you going to ask your opponent if you're going to their field? Are we going to have water available? Are you going to have a trainer? Is there a place for us to warm up? Is there a specific place you want us to park? Is there a gate we come in? Okay? All these things to some of the veterans in the room are kind of no-brainers, but if you're a new coach and you're going someplace for the first time and you've never been there and you haven't communicated that to your parents, that could be a surprise you don't like. Game management. Weigh-in. And I put weigh-in on here, but it could just as easily be face-off, right, depending on what you're doing, okay? However you coordinate in your league or association. I know some of the associations like Chicagoland, Indiana, have the cards. Those are awesome. So now we can take the cards, we can go do the weigh-off and the face-off and the equipment check while somebody else is doing the book check, okay? However you do it, have it organized, however your league or association wants you to do it. You should have a process where you went through for certification in the beginning of the season, before the season started, where all this stuff is checked out, and then when you go to your game site every week, you should go through roughly the same process, okay? Really important. As a head coach, something you probably don't think about, how are you going to pick your captains to go to the coin toss? Because we're going to actually have coin tosses this year, I understand, okay? So pick your captains. Use that as a motivational tool, okay? Use that as a reward. But when you send them, please give them some guidance, okay? Because they come out to the coin toss, and we do a coin toss, and okay, you won the toss. What do you want to do? I'm going to kick. No, hold on. Let me give you your choices. No, I'm going to kick. No, let me give you your choices, okay? Okay? So tell them what you want them to do, okay? Give them some guidance. As a head coach, you need to be alert for injured players and you get them out of the game quickly, okay? I know that sounds like a silly thing, but if you're the defensive coordinator and your offense is on the field and you're back by the bench talking to your defense and you got an injured player on the field, somebody needs to make you aware of that because, again, safety is your responsibility. I want to talk about concussion protocol a little bit. That's really important. We all know the game was under attack a few years back and some of that settled down a little bit, but we still need to be conscious of it. So if you're the head coach and a player gets sent out of the game for concussion-like symptoms, it's your responsibility to make sure they get checked out, okay? So the official should come to you and say, number 22 is out of the game. I believe he has, for exhibiting concussion-like symptoms. I'm not diagnosing him as a concussion, believe me. I'm not a doctor. I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express or any of that. So it's your responsibility to make sure they don't go back in the game. I'm going to recommend right now, right here, that you take their helmet away. Okay? I know that to some of you that may sound really harsh, but if you're trying to do multiple things and maybe the trainer's on the other sideline, take them a minute to get over there, maybe the trainer's tending to another player already, if you take their helmet away, guess what cannot happen? They cannot go back in the game without being checked out. Because here's what's going to happen. When they go back in the game, we have made the assumption that you've done your job and checked them out and sent them back in the game. If they go back in the game and get hurt, guess who it's on? It's on you, okay? I'm not trying to scare anybody here, but you need to understand where that liability falls. As much as you want to win that game and as much as that's your starting quarterback or your middle linebacker, what's more important at that moment? Nothing is more important than the safety and the health of that player. So let's make sure we get them checked out. Take that helmet away. Make sure we get them checked out. And chances are, if I'm on your sideline, when I see that player go in, I'm going to come over and go, hey, Ted, did you get him checked out? Okay? And you should be able to say, yes, he's good. A lot of times the trainers will come tell us, right? They're so conditioned to that. Really important, okay? Any questions on that? That's a really, really, really important point. Oh, I thought you had your hand up. All right, sideline management. Officials work off the field. A lot of the fields aren't really well lined. They don't have real delineation. We need you to keep everybody back on the sideline. That's the head coach's responsibility, okay? And yes, we'll flag you for that. And that's for safety, for our safety and yours. You want me watching that field. You don't want me running down there trying to see which coach I'm running around, okay? So keep your folks back. It's really important. Okay, conduct. This is really important. Control what you can control, okay? You're not going to like every call. You're not going to like the result of every play, okay? Control what you can control. I will tell you, if you don't maintain the proper perspective and you lose your mind, your team will follow you right down the river. We've seen it, okay? We've seen it at regionals. It's 4 or 5 years ago, we had a team come in, and they were the best team on the field in that game. And the head coach was a fairly new head coach, and everybody here remembers this incident, I'm sure. He was a fairly new head coach, and they were up, 9 points close to the end of the game, and he was getting really excited. He wasn't screaming and yelling. It wasn't abusive. He was really hyped up. They were going to win this game. He was really excited. And his players sensed that. And the other coaches sensed that. So pretty soon they had 12 players in the game. And then a few minutes later, they had to delay a game. And then a couple minutes later, they had something else happen. And pretty soon they lost the football game. They lost the football game because the head coach got too excited. Like I said, again, not in a negative way. He wasn't yelling and screaming. This isn't about bad behavior. This is just he lost control as the overall manager of that game, and they lost that football game. And we had a similar conversation to this the night before at the coaches' meeting, and he came up to me as he left the field, and he goes, "You were right. I didn't listen." He knew. He lost control, and they lost that game, okay? So it's really important. If you're the head coach, people are going to follow your lead, whether it's good or bad, okay? Very important. We would expect that only the head coach will address the officials on the field, okay? Now, that doesn't mean if your defensive coordinator comes up and asks a question in a nice, professional tone that we won't answer them, because we will. But what we don't want is 5 people screaming at us at one time, because then it becomes just noise to us and we don't know what you're saying. You're not always going to like the officials you have. You're not always going to like the calls that you get, but we're necessary to the game. As we talked about this morning, if you don't have officials, it's just like recess, right? Just like elementary school, going out and playing in the yard, okay? We're necessary to the game. And win or lose, the head coach should always promote good sportsmanship. Those young men, those players on your team, your parents, the folks that are in the stands, are going to see how you act. And if you act the fool, they might follow you down there. If they don't follow you down there, they might just not respect you as much, okay? And yes, nobody likes to lose. Everybody wants to win. But in every game, what is there? There's 2 sides to that, right? There's always a winner and always a loser. And if your players see that you're going to act the fool whenever you lose, they're going to take that same attitude, okay? So yes, it stings, it hurts, nobody likes it. But we've got to be better than that. As a head coach, you've got to be better than that. You've got to show that. You've got to be polite and professional no matter what. You've got to go out there, look your opponent in the eye, shake his hand or her hand and say, nice game. That's what we have to do as head coaches, as the leaders of our groups. All right, any questions about that? I know, like I said, I know a lot of that stuff is probably old hat to all of you, but I always think it's good to go through it. There are a lot of good rules references. This presentation is on the thumb drive as well, so if you want to refer back to anything. All right, where's Larry? You're up. So we're going to go back through some of these rules a little bit. We're not going to go into them as deeply, but I would, if there's anything we talked about this morning that you had questions on, concerns, you just want to talk about, even just basic stuff that goes on the field. We got a couple things to hopefully start the conversation here with this first slide, but if there's anything you want to talk about, now's the time to do it.
All right. I got asked after the last session, I just want to clear this up. There was a discussion on the odd years, and the question was with 13U, they asked if, they're trying to form a team, and they said, well, we only got 2 years, right? So we can't play. It's 12 and 13. The answer to that is no. We are still following the 3 years that National put out. So an 11-year-old can play 13U. Okay, you got 11, 12, 13. Okay, just like an 11U, you would have 9, 10, and 11. All right, so I want to make sure that that's understood and clear, that we are still going to follow those guidelines that were set out by the national office with the odd years. Okay, so if you've got some 11U that, for whatever reason, they don't want to play 11U, they want to go up and play 13U, okay, that is acceptable based on the 3-year window. Okay. All right, we're going to get into some rules discussions, and these are just some things that we hear a lot of. First one I'm going to come up, this is the one we hear all the time. Larry, they got 12 players in the huddle. Fantastic. If we're playing on Sunday afternoon in the NFL, that's a foul. If we're playing on Sunday afternoon in Pop Warner, we got nothing. Okay, it's only a foul when the 12th player participates or the snap is imminent. Okay, that's when it becomes a foul, and then we shut it down for a substitution foul. Okay, so I don't care that they have 12 players in the huddle. All right. Uncatchable pass means absolutely nothing in the National Federation of High School. Okay, if that wide receiver is running down and the quarterback overthrows him 50 yards and you interfere with him in high school football, that is a foul. And since we play high school football rules, I don't care how uncatchable that ball is. It's the wrong rule set for the particular Sunday that we are playing. Okay. Passer outside the pocket, again, totally irrelevant as far as intentional grounding. Okay. That applies in the NCAA and the NFL. Okay, does not apply to us. All right. No pun intended. Do we have questions? The kicking game always gets dicey. Do we have any questions on the kicking game? Okay, I know it's only 12, 13, 14U, JV, and varsity that are playing that. Do we have any questions on that or discussion that needs to happen? Nope. Awesome. Well, it depends on your league. So I think Chicagoland plays Saturdays. And so Chicagoland plays Saturday and Sunday. In Northern Indiana, we have found Sunday to be the best day for us to play. Again, what we looked at in Indiana was availability of officials. And with our JV games playing on most Saturdays, officials are hard to come by until about 2 or 3 o'clock. Sundays, it's pretty wide open. So your league will set that up on what days you play. I know at the regional tournament, we'll play Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay. Questions? Any other questions? Okay. Hot topic: defenseless player and targeting. Okay, that's an extremely hot topic at all levels. Okay, the National Federation has done a nice job of defining a defenseless player, such as that, somebody who cannot defend themselves, kicker, quarterback, receiver in the act of catching. Okay, they have to be able to do a football move and defend themselves to not be considered a defenseless player. Okay? In high school football, you can have targeting without an ejection. Okay, it's not like the NCAA and the NFL. The officials can call targeting on a player and keep him in the game. What we have to decide as officials is, was the contact or the targeting intentional or flagrant? Okay, the book term is flagrant. If we deem it to be flagrant targeting, that's when we have the ejection. Okay, so just because you hear the official say targeting does not mean that they're ejected. It has to be a flagrant targeting act. Okay? Questions on that? For us, it's pretty much intent to determine flagrant. If his intent from the get-go is he had that kid lined up and he was headhunting him, we judge intent on that in high school. If it's just one where, the kid was going in hard and, maybe, something like that. I mean, Tim, you got...
Well, a lot of times what happens there is you have that contact and maybe one of the players' aspect, their approach angle changes in the last second, that kind of thing. You can have a lot of helmet-to-helmet contacts. In fact, helmet-to-helmet is a terrible term. I wish the announcers would quit using it. There is helmet-to-helmet contact on every play in every football game, okay? And the vast majority of it is perfectly legal. It happens, right? If you tell me that your offensive line play and their helmets don't touch, then you're not watching the football game, okay? So don't think helmet-to-helmet, okay? We want to think about illegal helmet contact. So what does that mean? That means I'm striking with the crown of the helmet, okay? It means I'm lowering my head and striking with the crown of the helmet. Now, sometimes that could be unintentional, right? I'm in the process of making a tackle, and I've fallen over the pile, and my angle of approach changes, okay? So that might not necessarily be a foul. To the point you're asking about the flagrant, you know it if you see it. Right. Okay? A lot of times, it's Superman, they do the upward thrust. We're taught to look for indicators, okay? There's a series of indicators toward targeting and toward flagrant fouls. The other thing we look for is somebody going in the opposite direction. So if I'm on the field and I got a reverse coming this way, and I got one player going this way and 11 players going this way, who am I watching? I'm watching that guy, because you know what? He's carrying the brick. Okay? He's the guy that's going to do the blindside block. He's the guy that's going to do the targeting. Most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. Okay? So, like I said, it's hard to describe it. I wish I'd have brought some video, because we have some video, but you know it if you see it. Okay? And again, get out of the habit of saying helmet to helmet, because most of that is legal. Okay? I just want to be on the same page. Yep.
And I will tell you, in Northern Indiana, and Jack supports this as well as Tim, if there's an ejection and the referees indicate on their ejection report that it was a player safety ejection or foul, you're never going to get me to overturn that. Okay, player safety is of the utmost importance. Okay, it's the same thing as in the NCAA, in the NFL. When they throw a guy out for targeting, that's player safety foul, you very rarely see it get overturned. It almost rarely happens. Okay, we don't have the luxury of replay. I have told the coaches in Indiana, we use watch game film in Indiana, and the coaches can submit me videos and I can look at it. Sometimes when we have an ejection, I will ask for a video to look at it, but very, very rarely. In fact, I don't know, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, in the 3 years I've been in that position, I don't think I've ever overturned a targeting call for player safety. We've usually let that, if that kid's been ejected, we usually let that stand, okay? So player safety is extremely important. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You absolutely can. If you're a coach and we don't feel it was a flagrant targeting, but you as a coach don't like it and want to get them out of the game, you absolutely can do that. You have that power as the head coach. And in fact, in most cases, I will or the league will get reports of, hey, you know what, we didn't think it was flagrant, but this coach did a really nice job getting that kid out of the game. You know, tensions were getting high, whatever. We do hear that back too. So yeah, if that's something you want to do, by all means, we're not going to stop that, for sure.
So let me add to this a little bit. I don't want us to get too confused on terminology, but terminology is important. So the main purpose of what Larry was talking about originally was that targeting is not an automatic ejection, okay? We can eject a player as officials for any act we think is flagrant. It doesn't have to be targeting, okay? We can also have a 15-yard penalty for unnecessary roughness, okay? Right, we've talked about this before, the unnecessary contact. You know, you got the big nose tackle is lumbering downfield, trying to do what his coach wants him to do, hustle down as much as he can. He's at the 40-yard line, the running back's at the 5-yard line, and somebody comes back and cleans that guy's clock. That's a foul, okay? May not be an ejection, it could be, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. That's unnecessary contact. The targeting discussion is really just to let you know that just because we say targeting, it's not automatic. To your point that you made, I hope they could do that. I hope that if you have a player that plays on the edge and sometimes gets over that edge, that you pull him off and coach him up, okay? I have gone to many coaches on the sideline and said, hey, coach, 45 is really wired up. You might want to talk to him, okay? I'm not going to say, coach, you need to take him out of the game, because at that point he hasn't done anything wrong. The message I'm trying to give you is, if you don't, I will, because at some point he's going to cross the line, okay? So respect the officials that are going to try to do that, okay? Because we're taught to try to do preventive officiating as much as we can. I mean, you know, we say things, talk to the players all the time during the game, okay? The other thing I want to say, Larry commented about the safety fouls. We are taught and trained at every level, if in doubt and it involves safety, it's a foul, okay? So blindside block is a great example, okay? Blindside block is relatively easy to officiate in most circumstances, but there's a couple times it's a little hard. If you're a sideline official and you have a player coming in this way, and you have a receiver peeling back, and I'm this close to that, and that contact happens right here, that's hard to officiate, okay? I can't go anywhere. I'm trapped by the sideline. That contact happens, okay? Sometimes it's hard for me to tell if those hands are out or not, okay? So if there's any doubt in my mind, I'm going to throw that flag, okay? Now maybe you might look at it on a film in slow motion and see that he got his hands in there at the end or whatever. That's fine. But we're taught, if in doubt on a safety foul, we're going to throw that flag,
support us on that, okay? Because again, we are trying to protect your players and your children, okay? We're not always going to get it right, okay? Like Larry said, we'll go back and watch that film. And, I mean, we'll sit there and, oh man, I wish I hadn't called that. I wish I had, or boy, I should have gotten that one. We do it, okay? Game happens fast. We do the best we can. We don't have replay. We can't do it live, okay?
On that specifically, right? There's always close calls on that, right? You know, it's like you're running this way, your receiver comes on and cracks back, right? As long as he's full, the rule, right? Full hand extension.
Not full extension. He has to hit him with his hands.
But it's front chest. He's got to keep that to the side.
He's got to be able to see him coming. That's what the rule says on a blindside block. He has to be able to see the block coming.
But yeah, the hands don't have to be out. But the theory is, if I'm hitting you with my hands, chances are that contact is going to be less severe than if I'm lowering my shoulder or lowering my head. But yes, the contact has to be from the front, or it could be from the side. And you have to see me coming, or it's a blindside. Okay. So I can come in and blow you up all day. If you see me coming, it's perfectly legal. Right? So if I'm coming at you and you're coming to me and you lower your shoulder and you blow me up, hit me right here with your shoulder pad, and I see you coming, that's not a foul. But if he's the ball carrier and I'm running to get him, and all of a sudden you come in and do that, that's a foul. Okay. Understand the difference. Really important. That's a lot of serious concussions and injuries happen on that play. We're trying to get that play out of the game, just like we're trying to get blowing up our big number 66 back here. We're trying to get that out of the game. Okay? I tell people it needs to be a football play. Was that a football? If you're blowing up 66, 40 yards behind the play, is that a football play? Is that what? And let's back up. Football is about scoring and stopping people from scoring. To me, is that a football play if you're blowing him up? Hopefully, everybody says no, because it's not. It's a play where we're trying to punish another person, and we got to get that out of the game. Whether we like it or not, whether it's old school, new school, we got to get that out of the game.
Something else I'll add to this as we talk about some misconceptions of the rules. If you go to your dictionary that Webster gave you and open it up and go to holding, that definition does not apply to football. Okay? So the holding coach that's constantly in my ear, Dave Fadley, that's a hold, he's holding. You're right, he is. But he's not materially affecting the play. Okay? We got to have material restriction, and it's got to affect the play. If we're running a sweep to the right and the hold's on the left side of the line, that doesn't materially affect the play until he cuts back. That's when the flag's going to come out, when that running back cuts back. Okay? So you'll hear us talk about this during the playoffs. Okay? We always say it. Tell the holding coach, chill out this week. Okay? Again, I like to say Webster's definition of holding doesn't mean anything in the football rule book. Okay? So, again, let us do our jobs. Okay? I was fortunate enough for a few years to share the field with Tim at the collegiate level. I can tell you, along with Larry Newberry, there's not 3 guys up here who take their job as an official more serious than we do. We don't like missing calls. We probably hate it worse than you guys do. Okay? If we see something on film that's a safety foul that we missed, I know for me, it eats me for a long time. Okay? Because I pride myself on not missing those fouls. Okay? If I miss a hold, if I miss a block punt, something like that, it doesn't affect me nearly as I missed a safety foul, whether the kid got hurt or not. Okay? So the misconception of we're just out there collecting a paycheck is wrong. The guys who are good, it bothers them. And it doesn't matter if it's a Pop Warner game or if it's a college game. The guys who care are always looking to get better. The guys who care, it bothers them that we missed a call. Okay? And especially in a one-score game. Okay? And you telling me how great you think I am when you just got beat by 3 points on a missed call probably isn't helping your case. Okay? I know I missed it. Okay? Tim knows he missed it. Larry knows he missed it when we missed it. We don't need to hear about it. Okay? Again, we understand in the heat of competition some things are said, but then let it go. Okay? Again, the rules exceptions, we talked about them this morning. The one I want to really reiterate in the Mighty Might 8U, 9U division. When you get to the sub-regional and regional championship, no coaches will be allowed on the field. Okay? No coaches will be allowed on the field in the sub-regional and regional championships. That's not to say that in your state tournaments and in the regular season of your leagues, whether they allow it or not, that's up to them. But when you come to sub-regional and regional, we are letting you know that is not going to be the case. Your coaches will have to coach from the sideline. So my suggestion is Mighty Might 8U, 9U coaches probably want to work on that during the season at some point. Okay? Any other questions? Mighty Might coaches 8U, 9U? Anything on rules exceptions we talked about? And we all understand the modified clock? We have questions on that? Now's the time to ask, guys. All right. Tim, it's all you, buddy.
Thanks, sir. So, you know, Larry mentioned holding. That's a funny one because I told you we talk to players all the time on the field. So on his scenario, we got a sweeper on the left side and the right tackle holds this guy. One of us will probably walk by him and go, 75, keep your hands in. Okay? I'm telling him we saw it. I'm not going to call it because it didn't affect the play, but I'm telling him. So now 2 or 3 plays later, he does it again. I throw the flag on him. Who can say? Nobody can say much. The kid knows I already told him. Sometimes I'll even tell the coach, hey, coach, 75's got a bad habit of reaching. Okay? And you know what? You probably already know that, right? I can't tell you how many times I go and say, it's on 75, right? Yeah, coach, that's who it is. They know, you know, right? I mean, you know your grabbers, right? You know, when you get to the regionals, you're going to have 5 officials too. So we're going to see more than they see during the season. It's just the fact of the matter. Okay? He may have been hugging all year, right? He may have loved everybody on the other side of the line from him all year long, right? And that's okay. We all want love, right? But it's going to be, it might be more of a foul in the playoffs, okay? All right, we're not going to go through all this stuff. We did it already. I think Larry already asked any questions about any of the rule stuff that we talked about. You know, we really would like to see more standardization, less wandering from the rules during the regular season. And I know some of the littler leagues, I know, the 6U and all that, you're probably going to wander a little bit more. I understand that, but we don't deal with those at the regional level. But the ones that we deal with at the regional level, it makes it a lot better for everybody. Not just us, not just the staff, but also your players and coaches if you're doing the same thing throughout the year. All right, with that, I'm going to bring up Mr. Brooks. Oh, I want to say something here. He doesn't ever like this, but I'm going to do it anyway. This man and his wife busted his butt for 14 weeks to put on those games at Crown Point last year. Now, yeah, there was other people out there helping. I made a few trips. Other people did. Larry made some trips. We all did. But this guy was there every week. Anybody in the room deserves somebody to buy him a beer, it's this guy, Chris Brooks.
Dino's buying first round. He's up, so. Yeah, welcome everybody. Glad to be here. Glad to see everybody's faces, new and old. This is a great thing we're having here this weekend. This is what we're looking for. A lot of you guys are trying to make it to the sub-regional, regional championships. You win your state championships, you get to come see us. I think we discussed this morning, they touched on a little bit that the new facility in Maryville this year is where our regional championships are going to be. We're very excited about that. Brand new place. Place is really nice. So we're just going to go over this real quick. So the night before your games, when you come to the sub-regional, regional championships, you're going to come through, see all of our staff there that you're going to see all year. We're going to do your weigh-ins. So your weight-based teams, we're going to weigh you in, just like you pretty much do at the beginning of the year when your kids get certified. They're going to come in a pair of shorts, and we're going to have both your jerseys, because you got to have both of them if you're going to advance to Florida, right? Everybody understands that. So when you come to do the weigh-ins the night before, we have to see both your jerseys. So we're going to check your rosters. The girls are going to make sure all your mandatory play sheets, your jerseys match everything. So there's no issues. We had some this year at Crown Point, and it's something, this is why we're having this meeting. so we can get these questions out ahead of the game and make sure everybody's on the same page. It's very important. We're going to do the face-off for your age-based teams, and same thing. Just bring your both your jerseys for the night before your game. We also have our coaches meeting the night before the game, which one is mandatory to be at. I think we will fine you if you do not come to the coaches meeting. You will get a hefty fine. There's a lot of very important information that goes on in those coaches meetings. It's, for the regional championships. You're going to get the game day procedures, how everything is going to go from minute by minute. And if there's any questions anybody has, that's the time we're going to address those. They're going to have our referees are going to be there, which is the greatest opportunity for you as we sit here, Larry asked Tim, is there any questions? Of course there's no questions right now because we're not even playing any games yet. So, but now we're here, now we're in regionals, now all those questions start running through your heads. Now that's the opportunity to sit down with our referees and they can answer every question you have. That's also when we're going to give you your field passes. We're going to, for yourselves and strictly the rostered coaches. At regionals, we are not going to let anybody else on the field during the season, and we know how it works sometimes. I got my son out there on the sideline with me, he's my water boy and stuff. We do allow a water boy, but, not a 17-year-old kid out there. We got younger kids, but it's strictly the rostered coaches is all we're going to let out there on the field. And we're going to get really strict with that. So, your book check. Y'all know how important it is to have your books right. If you guys know Jamie, she's going to be on you all year to make sure your books are in order. So that night, we're going to do that also, the night before your game. We're going to go through your books, and God forbid, by the time you get to us, they should be correct. We shouldn't be having to jump through hoops and try to get online and find a kid's birth certificate or a report card or something. That's ridiculous by that time. You've had 10 weeks or more to get those books in order. So that is one of the very important things that you got to have done. Excuse me. Game day of your games. We're going to do the face-off for all the teams. Whether it's age-based, weight-based, we're going to line them up against the wall, and we're going to check them out. Biggest thing we're going to do is we're going to check your equipment. You got a kid sitting, he looks like he's got a dog toy for a mouthpiece. One, coaches, shame on you that you're letting them play like that because your teeth are very important. Larry touched on how important it is to safety for all these kids, and that goes right along with it. Thank you. Helmets. Guys, by the time you get to us, I should not be having to take 6 helmets away from your team because they're not certified. We had a lot of that going on this past season, last year at Crown Point. I mean, to the point where kids almost didn't get to play because they didn't have a helmet for them. They're switching helmets. He's coming off the field and he's switching helmets with them. That's ridiculous. You guys got to have the certified helmets. This year, 2019, that's it. 2019, 2020, 2021. Those are the stickers we got to see on the helmets. You got anything other than that? It's out. And we're not going to have them. We had the luxury here the last couple years and at LaPorte where they let us borrow some of their helmets. We're not going to have that anymore. We're not doing that. That's not our responsibility to outfit your players. That's your responsibility, your association. That's up to you guys. So coaches, make sure you're checking them helmets. Make sure the certification dates are correct. And we're protecting the kids' heads. Again, sideline access for regional championships. Strictly who's on your roster. We have, you have one team mom, okay, not 6. We have it every year. I'm the team mom. 2 minutes later, here comes another. I'm the team mom. Wait a minute. It's not going to happen. We can't do that. Believe me, we were called many names this year, but it is what it is. We have our rules, and they're in place for a reason. So strictly rostered coaches only, and like I said, we allow you one water boy. Another bullet point on here is sportsmanship. I think that goes without saying. Sportsmanship is key for what we do. It's up to us as adults to show these kids the right way. We're not just teaching them the game of football or cheer or whatever. We're teaching them to become young men and women. And the way we lead by example, that's what they're watching. They're watching how you guys act on the field. They're watching how you guys interact with other coaches from another state. Are you in the huddle? Tell them, these guys are you can't be doing that stuff. Sportsmanship, teach them right, build them up. Don't tear them down. I think that's huge. These kids are, it's our future. They're going to be taking care of you guys one day. So we got to teach them right. Oops, I just touched that computer, sorry. That's bracket review, something I don't know if you guys touched on or not. You did a little bit of that already? Do you need me to even discuss that? Well, there you go. See, short and sweet with me. I like it. So, yeah, if you guys, the brackets and everything, we're excited this year. As far as regionals, we're going to have, it very well could be 4 weekends this year. So anybody has made it to the regional championships, don't make any Thanksgiving plans because it's just going to piss off your in-laws because we're going to be at the football field. So as always, I'm always available. If anybody ever has any questions or anything, feel free to contact me anytime. I can't wait to see you guys at the regional championships. Thank you very much.
Chris. Thank you, Water. So that's all the prepared content we had. We were hoping there'd be a little more interaction, a little more discussion about things. So give you one last chance. If there's anything you want to talk about, anything that happened in the past, a certain situation, a call you didn't understand, a situation with a uniform or a book or something, now's your time. Yes, sir.
So when it comes to the face-off in the regular season, what is or is there a set rule for doing face-off? The reason why I ask is because a lot of times during the season, it's either you have the head coach that is doing the face-off for both teams, or you might get where a head coach will come up to the opposing head coach and say, hey, can I come with me and do the face-off so that way everything's equal and nobody's trying to pull the wool over somebody else's eyes. Again, is there or will there be a set standard for?
Well, to my knowledge, the region has never dictated that, the process itself. Typically, the association and or the league will have a say in that. Tim, I don't know if you want to. The question is does the region mandate a specific process for doing weigh-ins or face-offs, or is that something I believe I was saying it was left to the association and league level?
That's completely controlled at the league level.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Not
Okay.
the association.
A league level, okay. So your league should dictate that. Okay.
And I think, and I'm pretty familiar with every league this year, I think we're all using the same model.
Okay.
The ID card, the equipment check, the whole process.
Yeah.
The scale step on it, that's
Right.
all that.
So I think optimally, each league should have a representative at each game site, no matter what association's hosting, and be responsible for managing that process. That would be the region's position on it. If that's not happening or we need to do something more, that's fine. But my understanding is that would be a league issue, and the league should have a representative. Okay.
Most definitely should not be a coach that's doing the face-offs.
I would agree.
That should definitely be a league representative. That's a must.
Yep. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear what he said. In regards to the weigh-ins, is there, for the weight restricted, is there any way that a kid can weigh more than the weight limit at the time of the game?
No.
So under no circumstance at the time the game is played, can a kid weigh more than the weight limit?
No. Not to my knowledge. Am I missing something there?
That's the whole purpose of having
Yeah,
weight brackets.
yeah, yeah,
That's the whole intention of it.
yeah.
If the kids want, the older lighter or whatever, if it's 105, the kid's 107, you can't play.
Round it off with the tenths, it would be 105.4, we bring it down, that's the only.
Yeah, that'd be the only wiggle room. Yeah. Now, I'm assuming you're not counting in the growth weights during the season. There are, a couple additions in there, so I'm assuming you're including that. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Not outside of the rule, and then is there any chance that a team could be permitted to play with a kid that weighs more?
No.
Covered that this morning.
No, they should not.
That's called fronting the weights. Okay, so if we've got, at August 1, there is a weight that we can start at, okay? And the rule book allows for increases throughout the year. So let's say those increases total 9 pounds, which they do, something like that. Some folks last year, and then across the country, have just put those 9 pounds in at the front, saying, what's the harm? They're gonna get to the same spot anyway, right? Well, that's not the rule. You're not allowed to do that. And we explained that this morning. Any league that allows the fronting of the weights, okay, will not be eligible for playoff. And if that's what you want. And then the day you play, you go with that weight.
Yep.
Instead of the extra weight.
So there's no allowance at all. Simple answer. Yep. Yep. So, one second. So to follow up on that, that's why there's now the age-based division, right? So we're trying to kind of meet all the models, but there's going to be challenges within both of those. So, yep, correct. For the regional championships, or the national championships, the teams had to certify once. Yeah, well, you wouldn't weigh again. Yeah, okay. In that respect, yes. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
As for game day, in the past, if a kid stepped on and he was a pound over, they allowed him to maybe go use the restroom.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
I didn't hear the original question.
Yeah.
I knew that was something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, in case you couldn't hear, Derek was pointing out correctly that, if you got a kid step on the scale and he's 1 pound overweight, yes, he can go to the bathroom, whatever, and we'll give him a chance to weigh again. We're trying to weigh him in. We're trying to get him in the game, okay? But if they step on and they're 2-3 pounds over and they've done everything they can do conceivably within a 5-minute period, I mean, at nationals, we take them in to do strip weight. I mean, we do everything we can to get them in, right? If it's not to be, it's not to be. That bothers us. Believe me, that breaks our heart too.
The other catch to that for your weighted teams, once the game is started, no longer weigh in. Okay? Once that game has officially started, if the kid's late, you can't play that day.
There's nothing that incites parents and coaches more than seeing a car drive up, drop a kid off at halftime, and run them out on the field and try. Everybody loses, their hair gets on fire. Right then, okay? They're gonna get weighed or not.
Yep. Anything else? Now's your chance. Yes, sir.
As long as we got a second, I just wanted to share a situation we came up with this season during flag. Fortunately, it came up mid-season in flag, so it wasn't that big of a deal. Had it come up during tackle in playoff season, it would have been a huge deal. One of our coaches, who was actually part of 2 teams, he had his books in his car. Well, overnight his car was broken into, and both of the books were stolen. That would have been tragic if it was in the middle of tackle season. So don't leave your stuff in the car. Make sure you bring it in. Just the people who, they're useless. There's no monetary value to them. But as a coach, as an association, that's a really big deal. So take care of your books, everybody.
Thank you, Ian. Anybody got anything? Anything? Now's your chance. Last chance. All right. You want to give them a little break here, or what do you want to do? Okay.
So let's just keep some discussion going here. I'm gonna roll into the example that, what's that? Yeah, thanks, yeah. And a lot of you guys have heard this. I kind of canned this statement, but the best thing we can do, the best thing you can do when it comes to your interaction with the referees or the administrators that are running the games is stay in your lane. Okay, that's the best thing we can do. Larry and Tim were talking about how many coaches are yapping, how many coaches are asking questions, and the prime example of how a coach could really get misguided here. So a play goes the wrong way. He loses 15 yards or whatever happens. He's in there arguing at the referee. Well, while he's doing that, the 24-second, the 40-second clock's going. So that guy, and we sit there and watch it, that idiot's going to get a delay of game. So then he gets a delay of game because he doesn't have his plays ready because he's been arguing about a play that's not going to get overturned. It don't happen. How many times has it helped you to talk to those referees and they don't overturn them? So that's such a big deal as some of us that get to watch this, and it happens all the time. Let's let these guys ref their games. Let's the administrators up here run the games, and you guys coach them. Because if I get a chance and you pull that, we're going to start calling your plays for you, okay? And you don't want that. Yeah, so we'll all keep that. That's just something that just fell in a little time here. I guess I'll try to start rolling into the concept that Tim and I came through. Yeah, thank you. Yep. Yeah, I think I'm just going to read it for now to make them available. Okay, good. So Tim Arvanitis has been a long-time coach. We got him into administrative roles, and he's been pushing me for a long time to have some interaction with coaches from other coaches that are successful. And we got a whole bunch of you that are successful. I look around here and I see some folks that I've watched on the field. You've been around a long time. It was a hard decision trying to come up with a panel of coaches that maybe have done something different. But the panel we picked, it's not because necessarily they're better than you, okay, or have done things or beat you. I wanted to spread it out with a little diversity as far as geographics go. I wanted to get some coaches that are coaching currently. I wanted to get some coaches that had success in the past to get a good mix. So what we did is we put together a questionnaire, sent it out to the coaches, and we asked them a whole list of questions. What for example, I'll kind of just hit a few of them here. I had them rate in order of importance the following. In their mind, what led them to success, okay? Was it play calling? Was it game day preparation? Was it athletic ability, talent level? Was it interaction with the parents? Was it attention to detail, coaching staff, administrative oversight, team speed? Just threw that out there, right? A lot of fast teams win, and scouting opponents. That's one of the things that we compiled the questions on. And I've got all that here for you, but I can tell you, as we're putting it together, the number one item that all these 5 panelists that are going to be coming up here said, one or two, was support from your association, okay? Administrative support, okay? That by far was the lead comeback. If you want to go to that next level and you want to do the success thing and go after those championships and build wins up, you can't do it. That's what they're telling us. This isn't me talking. That's what the coaches said. You can't do it without the help of your association, whether it's the financial help, whether it's the first thing that starts happening when you start traveling is discussing how the money's split up. You know, cheer raised this much money, football raised this much money, who's paying to go there? You got to have all that administrative support worked out ahead of time, is what these guys were telling me. And it makes sense. So the reason they got to where they were is because they had good administrative support. And we're going to talk about some of those other areas. So I'm going to have them come up, but somebody just sent me a note, another filler. I want to back up completely off track here. But for those of you that will be going lucky enough to get out of regionals and go to national championships here, we will not have any financial support in regard to travel grants from the national office. Okay, I can tell you unequivocally, our national office got turned upside down by not having a season financially. It's been a struggle. The NFL has wasn't able to give us any travel money, so we're going to have to put some very clear understandings at the league level that we can't let you as leagues advance teams that are not going to have the financial wherewithal to go to Florida. Okay, we're going to have to stop that early, because if they get to us at the region and they win, then we got a team with no money and he can't go to Florida. So there's going to be a lot of talk about deposits, big deposits up front, and the national office is not going to be able to help, unfortunately, at all with travel. I'm pretty sure our costs are going to be way cheaper this year, because the Universal picture is going to be a lot less than the Disney picture. There's a lot less. So that may offset some of that, and that'll help. Again, I see Rick's in, so good. I want to come on up, Rick. We're getting ready to set the panel up. So any questions on that travel before I have the panel guys come up here and I introduce them? Okay, why don't you guys come on up? They're on the panel. Would you mind, please? Just right through here. Yeah, anywhere. And while I can look here and I see at least 3 or 4 guys I know that could be up here. Okay, I know that could be up here. So again, no disrespect meant. We just wanted to get a little bit of a different angle from everybody else. There's a lot of good coaches I see out here that have been doing a long time. But hopefully, you guys can take maybe one takeaway out of here that'll help make your season better, help make you a little more successful. And so with that, we'll just go with Rick first. Okay, Rick's. And this is going to be real informal, real loose, real, just a lot of interaction, I hope. And I broke their bios down. I shortened them up. Their full bio is on the thumb drive, and I do have a printed copy too. I had to cut Tim's down like it was 16 pages, so I had to cut that down just a little bit just so I could get through it up here. But Rick is out of Chicagoland Pop Warner. That's where he coached for us. And he had 4 Illinois state championships, 5 Mid-America region championships, 3 back-to-back-to-back national championships at the Pop Warner Super Bowl. Now, for those of us that have been doing this for a while, there's a whole bunch of us that got to that next to last game, got to the regional game. To win a national championship is huge. I mean, it's over the top. You got to have a little luck. You got to have good administration. You got to have good, but to win 3 back-to-back, 3 of them. Okay, this guy did something right. All right, he did something right, and this is at a time you all know that Mid-America doesn't win a lot of championships because we got the Floridas and the DCs and the Marylands and all those guys out there, and this was one of that broke the ice for us, literally. So I mean. And there's a lot more to his resume. One, he's a good role model. He's a good guy, and he had a bunch of assistants that were outstanding, and he had the whole administrative help. Him and I just talked about it again, and he's going to talk about the administrative help was just super. But that kind of resume is just mind-boggling, okay? The next one is Kevin Rogers down at the end. Kevin came to us as a very young man. He's still a young man. I guess the best way to describe Kevin is if you look at his email address, it says spread offense or something like that, right? So that's this guy came into Pop Warner, and he was ahead of the curve when it come to, and I'm not a coach, and I don't understand all this technology, the speed offense, I guess I would call it. He'll talk, but it's so impressive. He took a team to, well, I'll just read this here. He was out of Michigan, Pop Warner. 2 Mid-America regional championships, national runner-up on the ESPN game to a powerhouse team from Florida. And we all stood out there and cried. I mean, 4 Mid-America. Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a big deal. Yeah. And went on to become a very high-level high school and college coach. And more important, the thing that I picked up off Kevin is Kevin helped us tremendously to understand as administrators how we've got to work with inner city, suburban, programs every day, and he's a perfect person for that, and he's doing that every day in his real life, and he's just a great guy. And so we wanted Kevin to come in and share some of that. The next one, of course. Yeah. Okay, Tim. You know, Tim's my guy. He's an administrator now. We made him quit coaching, but what a resume he had when he had him put it down. He's out in Northern Indiana. 30 years in coaching. He's coached at the high school level, the semi-pro level. In 2004, he was the head coach of the United States team in the World Bowl on ESPN. His accumulated numbers in Pop Warner: 143, 11, and 2. Playoff record: 35 and 14. Most of us always have a losing playoff record because it ends when you lose, right? 35 and 14. Division titles: 15 state titles, 8 Mid-America sub-regionals, 6 Mid-America regional titles, 6 national Pop Warner appearances, and national runner-up. And just like Kevin's game, a heartbreaking game to a great team from Texas I still don't sleep watching that missed call by the referee. Oh, I'm still in counseling. Yeah. It's always got to come out. All right. Next one, Derek Arnett. Derek kind of reversed roles. A lot of us start out coaching, go into administration. He started out in administration first. He was our Indiana's football commissioner for a handful of years. He was our football commissioner for 15 years. So he had that aspect of this whole thing. He was our scouting guru. I mean, he set up scouting all across the United States for these guys, okay, so they could go win a championship. Derek's got film companies to come in, film all of Rick's possible opponents across the United States.
And if you don't think that's invaluable, that above everything else from what our guy in Chicagoland did and everything, you get down to Florida, look up Derek, he walks up, hands you 7 discs, and says, here's your competition, peel it apart.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah. So then he shifted from that because he wanted to coach. Well, you can't coach and be up here. You know, we got to have that separation. So now he's coaching. So now his coaching, let's see where we're at here. Come up to currently, he's won 3. He's only been coaching a short time. We've got 2 active coaches, Dino and Derek. Derek's got, where are we at? 3 state championships, 1 regional championship, and 1 national championship last year, and he beat 2 Florida teams to do that. And how many times have we said you got to go through Florida? He beat 2 of them, and the Florida people dropped their teeth, and that's just, they didn't really get thing coming. National champ, great job on that. So, lastly, another active coach who came over from the dark side. Okay, he was with one of those other programs. Okay, Addison Cowboys. Dino had a tremendous record outside of Pop Warner. He came in last year, new to all of us, because we were administrating games. We got to spend time around this guy, and all we heard was, keep an eye on those guys, watch how they do things, and we did. And that's why he's up here, because we were so impressed. But Dino's individual accomplishments, he's out of Chicagoland, 18 years in coaching, 3-time Pro Bowl, Hall of Fame, All-American High School Scout for the World Bowl, president of the Addison Cowboys, winning 5 national championships on the dark side with somebody else. Okay, state, I'm sorry, yeah. And with the UFL, runner-up, 3rd place, nationals 3 times, is that correct? 2020 was his first year in Pop Warner. He won state, regional, at the 12U level, and represented Mid-America in Florida for a national championship. So great resume up here, great guys, and I think maybe just I was going to go over some of their remarks, but I think let you guys do it yourselves rather than me try to do it, and just pass the mic around a little bit. So who wants to start? Tim, you want to start and move it around? Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm thankful for Jack reading off that resume. That brings back a lot of memories, and hearing a lot of the stuff going on today that you guys were provided, it reignites the juices of coaching again. It really does. I get my high a different way now. I get to watch you guys do it. and we're hoping that everybody in this room gets an opportunity to have a resume like my colleagues up here. It was a lot of fun. In 1991 I started, and we were pushed around a lot in northern Indiana. And in 1998 we met the Naperville Redskins, and they put 31 on us in the first quarter. And I'm like, how in the world are those 10-year-olds different than ours? And I did a little research. I found out how that happened. And I said, they will never beat us like that again. And it was Carl Sanders, I'll never forget, from northern Indiana. He said, you'll never beat Illinois. They just do things differently than we do. And in 2000, I was happy to say that we beat Naperville 20-6 with the opportunity to go to Florida. So we found a way to win. I'm a big Bill Parcells fan. Everywhere Bill went, he won. And he treated his players like dogs. And I don't want to, say I did that, but we were tough on our kids. We really were. We weren't going to baby them. And I made that clear in July. I told parents right from the jump that we're going to be aggressive on your kids. We're going to let them, work hard. We're going to hold them accountable. For the first 3 or 4 weeks of their season, they're not going to do anything right. And I learned that from the police academy. I've been in law enforcement for 33 years. And briefly, a quick story. When I went to the academy the first day, all the drill sergeants came up to me and said, hey, can we get your bags for you? Can we take care of all your needs? So they got me to my room, and I thought, man, this is going to be all right. And then by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they were letting me have it. I mean, they dressed me down. They broke me down, and then they rebuilt me into their image. The correlation there was I'll tell these kids straight from the jump, we're gonna break you down. We're gonna build you into young football players, young men that are gonna go out there and compete at a high level. And if parents don't buy in, then find them another team. That's another thing that was high on my list. There was several questions that Jack asked. One was the association. You want to make sure that your association is on board for this competitive football, because if they're not, you're not going to have success at the level that we have. Then your parents have to be also on board. If they're not, give them an opportunity to go to another organization. All right, because we're going to be moving at a fast pace. We're going to be very aggressive with our players, and it's amazing that after that third or fourth week, once I start telling them, hey, look, that was a great tackle you did, all of a sudden the light bulb clicks on and they're ready to fight for the death for you. And it was evident to see. I had an opportunity in 2013 and in 2015 to be invited into the Division III tournament down there in Florida, and I was happy to say that I too beat Florida and had an opportunity to beat Virginia to get an opportunity to be number one in that tournament. So I've been down to Florida as a Division I opponent. That's the one I lost by 1 point. Division II and Division III. It's been a lot of fun. One of the things that I attribute to my success is I love football, and I've had a wife that has allowed me to come out and play. She's been very supportive to allow me to go to these clinics. I've gone to several collegiate clinics and learned a lot and brought it back to what I did. Notre Dame was right down the street for me, so I had an opportunity to learn from John Gruden, Bill Belichick. I had obviously Lou Holtz. He put on seminars, Urban Meyer. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And you're right out there on the practice field with them. So the terminology that they're using, you're taking back with you, and you're using it, to the kids that you're coaching. And it was a tremendous experience. But I ate football 365 every day. Had an opportunity to coach with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. It's a Canadian Football League team, and they invited me to their summer camp. Went out there and worked on their defensive ends. And what I realized in that situation was they really didn't care about the athletes as much. They were wondering what I knew about football. And every time I looked, the general manager was looking at me like, is this guy knowing what he's talking about? And fortunately for me, they invited me back, so that was a nice little feather in my cap. I had an opportunity to coach there. I've coached arena football in the city of Chicago, in Bloomington, Illinois, semi-pro, high school. It's been a blast. My football life has been phenomenal. I'm a big Mike Ditka fan, and that's the way I coached. I was aggressive on those kids. I love winning. I cannot stand losing. And our kids, when they were, ready for game day, they were ready to play. And we were very technical on how we taught things, with blocking and the technical aspects of what we did are on that disc. And what I want to do after this weekend's over with is set up a Zoom call. If you're interested in doing that, please let me know, because I want to be more in depth with you about the offense I ran. Naperville ran the double slot wing T. And in order to be a great football coach, a great offensive coordinator, you got to know how to shut down that offense. And that's exactly what I did. So after we beat Naperville, I said, hey, listen, I love that offense so much because I learned so much about it, I started running it. And the holes were wide open, and it was all technical stuff that we had incorporated in the teaching of these players and the coaches and so forth. And briefly, one of the things as a head coach, what you need to understand, that you are a manager. I've got one of my former coaches back there, Jim Ryan. He was our defensive coordinator. When we went off into Indy period, okay, I walked around and made sure they were doing their jobs correctly. And everything that we talked about as a staff, that we put on paper and said this is how we want to proceed, I was making sure that they were meeting that criteria. So, and they were tremendous coaches. I just had a young man the other day reach out to me. He was one of the worst receivers I've ever had. I'd throw a ball to him if I was standing next to him and he'd drop it. But he said, Coach, I'm going to tell you, the impact you had on my life was amazing. I've just got a scholarship to play for the Aurora University. I think that's in Northwest Illinois. And he goes, if it wasn't for your contribution to my life in this game, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. Now, even the worst player on my team remembers the impact we had on his life because we didn't give up on him. Yeah, I growled at him. I kicked him in the rear end every now and then, but he too got that pat on the head when he did something right, and then I saw the light bulb click on. And tremendous athlete now, and I'm grateful to have an opportunity to be in his life. And it's amazing what you'll see as you get older, when you get my age, how many kids come back and thank you. And you may not even realize what you did to them, but I appreciate every time they come up and give me the recognition like that. So. But great time. Jack, is there any other questions that you might have? Okay.
Guys, going great. Thank you. We'll just pass it around. Whoever wants to go next, Joe.
I'll hit it. All right. To kind of spin off of some of the points that Tim had made, I was the only coach that had a son on the team, and I never coached my son. So that whole daddy football thing got taken away. That whole equation got taken away pretty quick. Coaching staff was my first thing when Jack asked, hey, what's the most important? The administration is, so it was like a 1A, 1B type thing, but to have the coaches that I had, we had 3 sets of brothers. One was the rah-rah guy, another one was quarterbacks and backs, O-line, D-line, D-backs, and we had one guy specifically for special teams, that third phase piece. If anybody's in here that's gotten to a regional championship and you can't kick the extra point and you lose 8-6, it's brutal. It's brutal. So when you get started, find somebody that can kick. We went out and recruited a kid that played soccer, and he was one of our good kickers the first year. So find somebody that can do this. And then the other part is we onside kicked every single time. There was no guessing where the ball wasn't going to go. It was not going to go to their stud who's standing back on the 20-yard line waiting to run the ball back. We onside kicked. We put fast kids, go get us the rock. And a lot of kids came up and didn't give it back to the referee. They ran over to our sideline. Here you go, coach. Thank you. I got the ball for us again. So, doing different things, being predictable. We didn't run any spread offense. We didn't have to come out of our base offense until somebody was stopping us. We just ran straight ahead at everybody. So when we got to nationals and people started asking questions, what do you do differently? You're just old school smash mouth football. I said, until you stop us and get us out of it, we're just going to keep doing the same thing we're doing every day. You mentioned about Florida teams, North Carolina teams, Texas teams, Arizona teams. They play year-round. We don't get to that option often, but team speed, if you have speed and agility places around Chicagoland, I wish I knew this 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I would have opened my own thing because you can make a mint doing it because everybody wants to be specialized. But if you have kids that want to get better, find one that's really good in your community, have them go there, have them get better. whether it's for football, baseball, basketball, whatever it is, it's all going to translate. But we had kids that were coming back year after year. All of a sudden it's just like, wow, where did you go and how did you get this much better? They wanted to challenge the next guy. They wanted to push that guy to get that starting position. So, and we always started in July, preparing for December. Whether we were getting there or not, we were preparing in July for December. So when they saw our kids running hills or doing bear crawls up and down hills and running hills and doing all these things when they're in just shorts and t-shirts, people are like, what are you guys doing? Well, first of all, some of our bigger kids had to lose a little bit of weight, so that was really kind of a key to get them to shed a couple pounds. But otherwise, we wanted to be able to compete against those teams in the southern states where ESPN3, one thing that we always loved when we got down there, oh, this Hoffman Estates team, oh, this Mid-America team, oh, they're slow. They're not going to be able to hang with these teams. They don't have the speed. You can't have one kid that's fast and think you're going to go down there and compete. You got to have 5 or 6 kids that can just motor, okay? You can have smash mouth kids in the middle. I was a big fan of wrestlers. Our nose tackle and our flop tackle and our 4-3 defense was the smallest kid on the field. But man, did he get into centers' heads. We had so many missed snaps by the other teams because this kid was so flippin' quick. I mean, he would be able to get off the ball in a New York minute. And that center was having all kinds of problems with the smallest kid on the field. We almost put rocks in his shorts when he'd go to weigh-ins to make sure he made the minimum weight.
Yeah, we caught him.
Little Scotty was Scotty Scheidecker, but he had to be on the field. Getting after the kids and building them down and then breaking them down and building them back up. Kids in the beginning of the season hated coaches. They didn't like one of us. By the end of the year, they would do just about anything for us because they got better. It's not their way, it's your way. Teach them, work with them, coach them up. We would bring kids off. I had one father the last year so adamant, and it was at Naperville, Tim, so we always, Naperville's in our area, but we like beating them too. But it was kind of comical. His kid, I'd pull him off the field. I wanted to talk to him for about a hot minute, and then I was going to put him back in. His dad was going absolutely crazy in the stands. Put my kid back in. That was not a penalty. He's freaking out. I just told him, I said, listen, you're going to go back in the next play. I know they called a penalty on you. Get your head back up, and then the rest of the game, go after the quarterback and kill him every single play. Get after it. It's terrible that this happened. Don't be down on yourself. He looked at me and smiled. He's like, my dad's going crazy. I'm like, yeah, he doesn't know what I just told you either. Have fun. Don't get down on yourself because we need you to win. And the rest of the game, you looked at his helmet compared to everybody else's helmet, the nicks and dings in it. He could do no wrong. He was fantastic. But just to kind of break them down, build them up in what you need them to be. And we had kids that are in high school now that were playing offensive guard, tackle, nose guard, defensive tackle, ends. These kids are all super studs playing in high school football, running backs, tight ends, wideouts, quarterbacks, D-backs, linebackers. And they were our offensive guard. They bought into it. The parents bought into it. Winning does help a lot with that, so you don't have to explain a lot to the parents. But I had my fair share of parents asking questions. Find great team moms. If you can find a great team mom that could kind of take care of some of those, internal problems with parent questions, those are really key people to have on board too. I had 2 great team moms that basically can handle any situation, would come to me. I put that fire out. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Very, very key, critical piece. And if you get to the regionals, yes, we're all competing against each other to get to Florida. But once you get to that next level, this Mid-America group here that you see up here and you walk around and talk to people, none better in the country, period. Top shelf all the way around, took care of us. Patty's in the back, took care of us with our books, put a piece of tape around it. This is ready for nationals. You don't have to mess with it. Don't pull anything out. Don't put anything in. You're fine. You get to nationals. They walk you right through, get through the weigh-ins. Everything's done. It just works like clockwork. It's just that good. And then when we were talking about the films, I didn't know what they meant about getting down to Florida and what they do in order to make your lives easier, to see what your competition's doing, to see what they just did. They pull out all the stops to win in a regional championship, right? You trip to Florida, you're going to put everything in that you could possibly put in. Sat and talked with Derek. He's like, here's your your competition. Take a look. Who do you match up in your bracket? Do all your homework. You got a couple of hours to practice with the kids. We were off and running. We knew what they were doing before they were doing it. It is really key critical, and what the Mid-America group did for us. If Marcus was still here, God love him, God rest his soul, he's like, Rick, the stars aligned for you guys. Somehow, some way, it just set it up, and we just took advantage of it, thank God. We had great coaches, great Mid-America people, great Chicagoland people, and we were able to compete with everybody down in Florida. And, proof's in the pudding. We won some really good games. And we always loved it when they put us as underdogs. You get your kids watching the TVs in there, and they're looking at it, and they're just like, Coach, they really don't think we're going to win, and we won last year. I'm like, yeah, but that's good. That's good chalkboard stuff. Use that as fire. And they did, and they kept battling. We would sit in that little bar area, and what's that bar thing that's right there where you watch the games? I don't know.
The ESPN zone.
Yeah, so we're sitting there, and they do all the little filming. We'd talk to the guys who's walking by, like, hey, make sure you don't pick Hoffman. Put us on the bottom, Tell us we're slow. Tell us we can't throw the ball. Tell us we can't do these things. Because then it would just build up our kids, and they were ready to rock and roll. So the one thing that I always used as like a badge of honor while I was in Florida was other teams, after we played them, would come talk to us. We were Division II, so the D1 teams, we'd always try to go and make sure that we support all their Mid-America teams. And that's not just coaches. On those off days, if you have an off day, grab your kids. If the parents are down there, come support the other teams. Because there's not a lot of people there cheering for them. So if they see the other kids there that are from where you just were at regionals, it really means a lot to those teams, okay? Other teams that we play, they'd come up to me and say, we've never been hit like that before. How do you get your kids? It's like it's not just 3 or 4 kids. It's your corner. It's your safety. It's your outside back. Every single kid came ready to hit. And I'd looked at it as like a badge of honor that, this is what we do. We would set up a 10-yard drill before we played a game down there, and our kids would be hitting. And other teams are like, aren't you afraid someone's going to get hurt? No, this is what we do. This is what we do to prepare to start hitting your team. New Jersey team, the second to last year, their coach knew that he lost the game at halftime. Because usually at halftime, the other team, he'd look at them when they're sitting in their little hut when it's hot outside in Florida, and they'd be defeated. They'd be sitting on their butts. They'd be laying down. He's like, we got this. As soon as we were playing your team, you guys came out, got on the 50-yard line, and started doing calisthenics. And I look back at my kids, they were laying down. They were sitting on their butts. He's like, we lost that game before we even started the second half. So, again, in July, start preparing for December. If I had to tell anything, if there's a takeaway I could give you, that's what I would do.
Thank you. All right, guys. Again, my name is Dino Cardone with the Addison Cowboys. Some of the things that Tim spoke about, Rich spoke about. My biggest thing is your program's culture, right? The culture, because the right culture attracts the right athletes. That's one thing that I'm very big on with my program, and what I feel has been the success of my program year after year after year. Anyone can do it one year, right? But when you want to do it continuously, year after year after year, that says something about your program, about what you're doing with your program. And my only advice on that is it's one bad apple can spoil that. And I think Tim was saying that, he was big on making sure you have the right parents, making sure you have the right athletes. That's all goes back down to creating the right culture. What your expectations are, what you demand from your players, what you demand from your parents. And as long as they're on the same page with you, your program will be a success. Yes, we want to have those fast kids, those big kids. Yeah, we want all that. But guess what? I'll take a group of kids that have heart and they buy into what I'm trying to do as a coach, and they buy into everything that I'm saying over just a group of athletes that are just good and they just want to run around. Because I will beat them every day, and I've done it year after year. And I'm big on preparation, right? I'm sure you guys have heard, the 5 Ps, right? Proper preparation prevents poor performance. And like Coach said, it starts now. If you want to compete in December, you better be doing the work now. Only the best are playing in December. And I'd say if you look back at all these programs that are consistently there, I know in Chicagoland it's consistently, Junior Celtics, Addison, Naperville. I mean, these are teams that are there. It's because the same philosophies, right? They're preparing, they have a great culture, and they're doing whatever they have to do the right way. And then I'd say the most important thing that for me is, and I tell all my coaches in my program, is make sure that these kids fall in love with the game. Because if they don't fall in love with the game and they're not having fun, you're never going to get the best out of them, ever. And that's one thing that I focus on, is making sure that not only do we teach the game, coach the game, right, but they're falling in love with it. Because once they get to high school, that's what it's all about, right? We're here to create memories. We're here to create competitive and teams and making sure that they have a great experience. But at the end, my goal is making sure that every single kid that comes through my program that's on my team, like Coach Tim said, when they look back and say, hey, what did Coach Dino do for me? Hey, he demanded my best. He made me fall in love with the game. And if I've done that and they're successful, guess what? They're going to have success not only on the field, but off the field as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Region Board, thank you for having us up here. We appreciate it. And I think I'm looking at the company I'm in up here, might be in a little over my head with their resumes. I rated attention to detail as the most important to me. I was raised in that type of family. Like Jack said, I kind of started on the administrative side, and I can honestly tell you that I never went to a Northern Indiana meeting or a regional meeting that we didn't have a full agenda. There was not any downtime. We weren't wondering what we were going to talk about. So from an administrative standpoint, being the football commissioner Dino just came into Pop Warner, but for everybody that's on this panel, I took it serious as an administrator to try to help them get to the championship and win the championship. So attention to details, by far the most important to me, but I would put it at every aspect to every other question that's on here. And that's what I've done when I decided to take off the administrative hat and get into coaching. Was I can honestly say I've grabbed a little piece of every one of these guys up here, some of them a little more than others, some as recently as us changing our game plan once we got in Florida because we saw a certain offense that Hoffman Estate's defense shut down how many years ago. Like literally one of our coaches walked up and said, hey, Hoffman did this when they were in Florida. We're going to do it, and we're going to win a national championship by doing it. And guess what? It happened. So I've taken a little piece. As much as I love the phrase that my father has coined, stay in your lane, and I use it all the time, I feel as a coach we need to kind of let that down just a little bit. And it's okay to call Dino and say, hey, or see what Rick did years ago, or Tim did, or Kevin came in with this spread offense and people holding up signs look like the Oregon Ducks, and nobody knew what to do. And next thing you know, he's got a team on the clock in the second quarter. There's a little. If I just keep my blinders on as a coach and say this is what I've always done, it's not going to get me very far. So I think it's being a competitive coach, wanting to get to that next level. It's okay to ask those questions. You rely on your board, rely on other good quality coaches in the area, in the region, and the attention to detail at every single aspect. I cannot tell you how important that is. Like people, they look at me. We took 20 kids down to Orlando last year to play in the national championship. And out of the 7 days, I think I told my friends from Heart of America this at lunch, we were there 7 days. They had roughly a day and a half of free time. People looked at me like we were crazy. They said, this is a college itinerary you have. I said, we're not, we can go on vacation whenever we want. We're not here for a vacation. We're here to play football. Now there's levels to it. I mean, that's as competitive as it gets. And, we weren't going down there to, ride roller coasters and go swimming.
Yeah, keep them out of the pools.
Yeah.
Until
No, honest to goodness, we had a written itinerary, and if they didn't follow it, they didn't play. Okay, we did interviews with Brevard Sports. I think some of the local people got to see that. But, I mean, for someone that level to look at us and go, hey, for you to get 10-year-olds to do this and have the parents buy in, it starts and finishes with the attention to detail. Tim said it, Rick said it, talking with those parents, setting those expectations early. If you're going to be a competitive football coach, you have to set the tone in January for what to expect in December. And that's from attendance to financing to if you're a weighted team, which that's about gone, but Rick had to live through all that. And don't be afraid to get out of your lane as a coach a little bit when it comes to X's and O's. I mean, I'm a hey, I can do it all type guy. But I realized real quick a couple years ago when I lost my first opportunity for a regional championship that I'm not an offensive coordinator. Okay, so first thing I did was I walked out with my second place medal, and I got on the phone and I called the best offensive coordinator in our league and asked him if he'd like to join our team. You can't do it on your own, all right? So look for help, ask for help. I mean, again, I think I'm at the bottom of the list up here with these coaches, but I will guarantee I will call Kevin at some point in time this season, like I did last year, to turn his ear. We're referencing Hoffman Estates because they're a powerhouse throughout the country, and you want to be the best. Sometimes we got to get. I'm a defensive coordinator. I knew it all. Okay, well, when my offensive coordinator walks over to me last year and says, "Hey, Hoffman did this and won. Okay, we need to do it." Okay, all right. I'm going to take your advice. We're going to run with it, and we did exactly that. So. Biggest two takeaways I can give you is attention to detail at every aspect of every single thing you're doing, and don't be afraid to take advice from either somebody you're going to be competing against, somebody you lost to, or somebody you want to be like. All right, thanks.
Ooh-wee. These boys long-winded. For me, we got this list. But honestly, nothing is more encouraging than seeing you guys here. First and foremost, you got to want to, prepare yourself. And this is the first step, being in the situation, to put yourself in position to learn. I would just say exhaust all your resources as much as possible. I always put myself in a position to learn. And that's how I was able to be successful on the field. I will call this guy a million times, ask him for tips, advice. I use the regional team. I used my organization, coaches around me. And I would just think that's most important before you get to everything else. I'm more of a practical, hands-on type guy. I travel around the world doing clinics. I do Zoom meetings. If you guys want, I'll be here all day. I've been here all day. I'll be here tomorrow. We can get a chalkboard. We could go in the back, get some markers, and talk some X's and O's or anything. But me sitting here talking about my glory days, what I did with my teams, is not going to help you. If you guys got questions, you can ask me. Other than that, that's all I got to say.
Don't let him fool you. Don't let him fool you. Hey, he brought some Florida fast teams down from Detroit.
Jimmy, anything? Any questions you want to pose to anybody? Autographs will happen right as we're done here. We're glad to give out. But seriously, this is a great group. I hope you took something away from that. I did a lot. And I'm just getting goosebumps thinking about it again, thinking about all the runs and all the help we were able to give each other. And we're going to do, here's the deal. You win the Mid-America Regional Championship, then you're ours. Until then, it's you guys got to beat each other. You knock each other out, get your champions. But once we get a hold of you, then Mid-America's all in, okay, completely, and you're going.
And be careful on some of those fields that are mic'd. I have personal experience of that, getting upset They are mic'd, and you might not get that sportsmanship award, so be careful.
Did I cut that out? Did you, he got the two, make sure you amplify that. I think I left that out, the sportsmanship.
So we did get, our first 2 years, we got sportsmanship. Our kids were really great. They had a lot of fun down there. Coaches were great. We got along with a lot of the other coaches. And then, you know, sometimes when you're getting into the heat of the battle, that game started and you're from Mid-America and you don't have water bottles to give your kids water, and you're standing by the Gatorade thing and just cussing and getting really pissed, and all of a sudden you think, oh, these are the Mike Fields. Whoops. You know, so be careful with that. But yeah, other than that, I mean, you know, it was a great experience. And these guys do take good care of you. I mean, from start to finish, it was like carte blanche for all of our teams. So it was awesome.
And I do want to speak on that, right? These guys up here, last year was like our first year in Pop Warner, and you know with COVID going on and everything like that, the state of Illinois shut down. So it was either not play football or have an opportunity to play football. And they extended their hands to us and said, hey, welcome us all like family. And you know what? Be thankful to have a group of guys like this up here that are going to work hard for you, make sure that they're out for their team's best interest for all of you guys. And you know, when you get to the level, you're at regionals, you win that, and you're able to experience nationals, you'll see what this family's all about.
Yeah, and then one other quick question. When the kids get older, like I said, I was the only dad that had a kid on the team. So all my kids are now graduating. They're seniors in high school. They're outgoing. You know, anytime my son competed against some of his other friends that he played in Pop Warner, I mean, you want to see kids just ready to tear each other's heads off. I mean, my good gracious. They just knew who they were playing, and they wanted to whoop their ass, basically, when it came down to it. So I want you know, we played together, but now I'm going to come for you. So it was a lot of fun to see. And then after games, I had, you know, my son's head coach is like, how come you're talking to all these other kids from these other teams? And I'm like, well, 3 of the kids played at Barrington, 2 kids play at Fremd, these 6 kids play at Hoffman, there's 3 at Cone, you know, but they all come over and they show respect and they say thank you. And they really didn't get it when they were in 8th grade. You know, we were one of the smaller teams down in Florida playing against some of these other bigger teams, you know, but going to what Coach said here earlier, Dino, is they had pride in where they're from, their hometown, right? And they also had heart, and they picked each other up. They might not have liked everybody that they played with, but when they were on the field together as a team, they worked together as a team. Like I said, you know, as they grew up and they started understanding things, they're like, Coach, I get it now. When you said, yeah, I didn't like Brian or Ryan, or I didn't like Eric, I'm like, yeah, but when you're getting put into situations, you know, they're not in the work world yet, you get to high school, you're going to be partnered with people in class you ain't going to like. But you got to figure it out and get to the end of that, right? So now they're graduating, they're getting into college. We do have one boy that's playing from Greg's team. Perrion Winfrey's playing down at Oklahoma. You know, he transferred in from a junior college, and I see this young man walking down the street, and I'm like, oh my good Lord, did you get big? Wow. But that young man, I think, might get drafted by the NFL. I mean, he is, if you look at number 8 on Oklahoma playing this year, he is a monster. And he came through this program. You know, he played here when he was like I call the Weeble Wobbles. When you put a helmet on, they might fall over. Here's a young man that might get drafted by the NFL. So they all start getting it, you know, working together, understanding things, and I just hope for the best for them in their futures. So it's pretty exciting.
Good deal. They're gonna, the panel's gonna be around. We are gonna transition into a social hour tonight, and I'll remind you, any of you that didn't get wristbands, check at our table outside. That lets you in the social hour tonight. Patty's got entertainment for tonight. We've got karaoke. We've got poker runs going inside there. We got the horse. We got a lot of good stuff. No cost. Come and enjoy. We're going to have food. 6 o'clock, right? 6 o'clock, right outside here. Do you want to close her up, bud?
Yep. Yep. So 2 last things. Anyone from that was not here in the morning session did not get their flash drive, please come see me. I want to make sure you get it. The exception would be if you're a league president or representing a league president, you'll get a binder tomorrow, and your flash drive is in the binder. So please don't take an extra one. Make sure everybody has one. Any last comments or thoughts from anybody in the audience? I'd like to thank our panelists for coming down and sharing their stories. Thank all of you for coming again. We started at 9 o'clock in the morning for the regional meeting. In the meantime, 6 o'clock we'll start out here, right out in this open area. with the, we'll have hors d'oeuvres and maybe an adult beverage or two. Thanks a lot.